There's a moment. Okay. Alright. Hey Vodviers, this is what we did last time. We have these destructible walls now. That was sort of what we did last time. I had a few things I wanted to get done today. One of them is to fuck around with the nav areas a bit, so pathfinding still works. The blown up walls. And the other thing I want to do is think about having either a bullets JSON or something to keep track of damage, because right now everything does the same amount of damage. I need to think about where I want to store that. And if we get to it, maybe adding ammo, at least in some form, would be nice, just to have it counting. It doesn't need to be the final iteration, it would just be nice to have it there. We can also do this as well. I mentioned having a particle when the bullet hits a wall. Anyway. I had some more thoughts in the bath earlier about how I want to do this. I'll just write up my notes from my note app quickly. Alright, good enough. I just need some vague idea of my notes here. There were a few improvements I wanted to make. So last time when we were regenerating our nav areas, we were doing like all these flood fills, and I realized in the bath, because that's where you do all your best thoughts, we can just do the flood fill once at map generation, which we already did, and just store a list of all the nav areas by size. And then whenever a wall blows up, you look around at the nearby floors, and you pick the neighbor with the most populous thing. So if one of them is connected to the main room of ID 1, then it becomes ID 1. And then you increment the size of ID 1 by 1, and so on for all its neighbors. I think that should work okay. And then eventually you have a list of all the areas that are connected now. That a couple of them are small, and you replace those all with the big nav area. So that should help fill in any side effects. So the idea is we have our wall section here. This area is nav ID 1. We break open a wall. We see that we're next to a 1. This becomes 1. That's pretty easy. If on the other side of this is nav area 31, and there's only like 20 blocks here, and nav area 1 has like 1,000, when you break this, you look at both neighbors, see 1 is more populous, you become 1, and then you note that 31 needs to be overwritten with 1. So then afterwards you run a function to replace 31 with 1. Should do the job, right? And it also means, you know, if you blow up a bunch of small areas like this, if if they accidentally become 31, it doesn't matter, because these will immediately note that 31 needs to be replaced later with 1. I think that's pretty sick. I like it. I also think the flood pool shouldn't check diagonals, because diagonals... We only move around on orthogonals, so checking diagonals for nav areas is pointless, because this... If this is a floor, then you'll reach it anyway through orthogonal. If it's a wall, then it doesn't have collision. And if, you know, these areas are walls, and then this is a different nav area entirely, so it's actually a bug technically. So... Where did I put my flood fill thing? Yep. Let's just double check. If flood fill's already only doing orthogonals, then not a bug. I'd already thought about this. That's fine. What I need to do is... Yeah, okay, so current nav area is just this. I need to actually have a map. Well, we've already got this, actually, conveniently. Navigation areas. Oops. Like that. This is where we'll store everything with its size. So when we flood fill the first time, it will say navigation areas at current nav area ++. Easy enough. Hope that works. If it's not already there, I actually don't know if this will just crash or if it will create one in place. Well, I guess we'll find out. I'll see what happens here. I'm not confident what C++ will do, if it will just crash here or if it'll actually create something at that location and then iterate it. We'll find out, I guess. So after all this, we then want to sort our navigation areas. I think we want to do dot begin. I think it's standard ranges. Sort navigation areas dot begin, and then our predicate. I don't remember the syntax. Return. Not a random access area. Hang on a moment, let me check this out. I guess we should start with ++, actually, hang on. Let me think. I want to sort a map. Let me just Google this. Sorting a map by value. Okay, it doesn't have a map. Can't sort this. That's okay. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. So now we have a thing, hopefully that should tell us which are the most populous areas. And we'll see first of all if this code even works. hopefully just have a nice set that tells us just to build first. Should have a set that tells us which navigation areas are largest. Let's see. There's only one navigation area in this level. It's crazy. Oh, this is in the while loop. Okay, that makes sense. Where are you called from? Yeah. So it looks like it spawned in 121 navigation areas, which is a bit more like what I thought. A bunch of them are only of like size 1, for example. In fact, I think most of them will only be size 1, because these will be the ones just generated as like a scatter thing. Ideally, I wanted to be able to sort those. They did mention having another map for that, but whatever. Could also have an array of pairs, and then sort the array. Which is also fine. I don't know what's necessarily fastest. I think this map is fine because you can just grab 2 and you can just compare the second value, and then that makes it pretty much order 1. That's, I think, what we've got now is fine. And the level looks as normal. Okay, nice. So, now what we need to do, when in the map we want to do this, we actually don't need to do this flood fill thing anymore. This is now hopefully useless. Which is nice. What did my note say? Work out the largest connected nav area. So you just want to check all your neighbors. And you want to work out which is the most populous. So... do I just want to write this from scratch, or do I want to try and modify this? I don't know. What's best? I'm just going to extract it for now. That's not going to work with a UN now, is it? We don't actually have to do this. What we can say is... is get tile. Right. Yeah. So we're actually, we have this locally. Instead of having to reconstruct this every time, we're just doing it locally. We'll call this neighbor check. Okay, fuck it. Bit of a silly name, but you know, what does it do? It sets the tile's nav area to match its most populous neighbor. So you go over all the neighbors. We try to get a tile at that floor. This is at our current position. What we actually want to do is get our neighbor positions. Get a copy of where the neighbor is. And the neighbor should, the neighbor should have a nav area. Well, actually, what I'll say is, if navigation, you have to do this check. Hello, Dewell. How are you? Game making game is an ultimate mega gaming. That's right, Buster. How are you? I'll call it nav area. I'm losing my insight. What kind of game are you making? I'm making like a 2D roguelite shooter. Give me some feedback. I'm not really looking for feedback right now. I just need to think. I've got last stream we made destructible environments, and the approach that I was doing to update our navigation areas before was to perform a bunch of flood fills, which kind of did the job, but I wasn't comfortable with it. And then I had a realization in the bath earlier how to do it better by basically pre-doing all that stuff at compile time. Oh, not compile time, but level generation time. So I can basically, when I destroy a floor, I can immediately join it with its neighbor without having to do a flood fill. It should be pretty performant. Am I a single dev? Yeah, just me. I get help from chat, of course, but it's my project. Anyway, that's just what I'm doing here. I'm replacing my flood fill stuff with this idea I had in the bath, which I think works. I thought it through somewhat, a little. Let's see. If the neighbor that we're checking here is larger than the thing we stored there, then now we're using that. I think that's basically it for here. So we can say here we want to update the tile, I suppose. Where were we calling this from? What's the point that your game is different from others? Quite a philosophical question. I'd normally start with like, good afternoon. It takes a lot of things from games I like, and then it has my own spin on it. So I like games like Nuclear Throne and Isaac and Enter the Gungeon and Risk of Rain and stuff. But I think there's more space for like depth of mechanical complexity, which I want to explore. And also the style I'm using is not particularly common. Like I'm doing quite low res stuff. The trade-off being that lets me make an insane amount of content because I just have to make one 16x16 sprite to represent whatever it is. And I can use some pretty expensive methods to render the level and do, you know, enemy behavior and stuff because it's on a small area. It also means you can have like an insanely massive level the size of a planet, and it doesn't take up much computing power to generate it. Thanks. Yes, usually usually new, interesting stuff is good. Yes, I agree with that. Thanks. This is where I was like starting to write this the other day, but I didn't actually finish it. That's fine. So what I want to do, I think, is no blah 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 blah. This function here could actually be doing the job of replacing it with dirt. I don't know what this nav areas thing. We can get rid of this now. Let's see. So we want to set the tile at our new position to dirt for now. And the nav area ID is going to be nav area. And we are going to just leave this. I don't know a lot about programming, but make it well optimized. Well, that's what I'm doing today. I'm replacing a flood fill algorithm, which was honestly pretty quick, let's be real, with something like an order of magnitude faster. So instead of individually checking a bunch of tiles to see one particular piece of information for a whole area, I'm just checking the neighbors and pre-calculating that expensive bit at the very start. I'm basically deferring as much as I can to level generation, because if a game takes another half a second to generate, whatever. But then if a game micro stutters because it's trying to do that during runtime, that's stupid. You want to do as much as possible at generation time. How was I setting your navigation area before? Certainly don't need this anymore. Yeah. Don't need any of that. And I don't need that. Oh, I need to do it like this. Oh, actually, am I using a constructor for this? I don't really remember. Yeah, I specifically want to make sure I'm using this constructor. I'm assuming you can hear the music okay. Let me know if you want me to. I can raise it a little bit on Discord on OBS. Again. So you don't need to return anything. Oh, what are you called? So, if nav area is 0, that means that this tile doesn't actually have any neighbors. The nav area should actually be... Well, we should actually put this, set nav area to current nav area, and we should do this. Well, we're doing that anyway, I guess. Easy. Now, that doesn't resolve the problem I mentioned at the start, which is if you have nav area 30 up here and nav area 1 down here with so many blocks. This would obviously become 1, this would become 1, this would become 30, this would become 30. We still need to store the neighbors that are not the most, and then replace those later. So if 1 and 1 here happen to have fun first, then when this one is being checked, it becomes 1, and 30 is known to be overwritten. And it happens the other order, so these is just void. And this one's checked first, and this becomes 30. And this is checked, and this becomes 30. And this is checked, and this becomes 1. This one also knows that 30 needs to be overwritten. So, what we should do is store a STD vector of uint16s called areas to overwrite. This could be an unordered map as well. Unordered set, that's fine. I like my sets. So if the neighbor is less populous, then we replace it. We also want to say, hang on a moment, maybe this is just fine. What we could also do is say if nav area is 0, then also add the nav area we were using. This might not be necessary, but the idea being if we've overwritten something, oh sorry, it wasn't equal to 0. If we've just overwritten something, then that means that that was less populous, so that needs to be overwritten. So what I'll do is I'll return that unordered set as a set, I guess. Well, yeah, I'd rather only iterate over all of the areas once, over all the tiles once. So, mission system, how am I deciding what to destroy? All of these. What I might do is put this from collision into map. So, let's say map.destroy walls at tiles to destroy, and just let the map handle it. Tiles to destroy is a unordered set IVEC3 IVEC3 hash. We can pass in areas to overwrite, I guess. Maybe we need to store what to replace it with. Could also just do the work in here. I just don't want to iterate through a 100-point array constantly, even though it's quick enough. Was my nav areas thing a map? No, I'm iterating through every tile. Guess I could have a function on jump. Maybe I just need to flood fill. Just not to do the fetching. Let's write it down and then talk about that in a moment. I'll just write this as I go. Why do you like a second sweep? Do I just gotta just check for every neighbor that's not that? I knew there'd be a snag somewhere. We kind of need to know. Maybe instead of an ordered set, it's a map. What to replace it with? Maybe the map of this and this. Making a lot of maps to do. What a stupid name. My toes above sea level. In the Netherlands. How are you? And I think I've just confused something. No, it's just tile nav count. Hmm. It's nav zeros and ones. No, it's an ID that increments. So right now, just did a quick check. Like a general level seemed to make about 150 unique nav IDs. How are you doing, Div Zero? Prepping for a speed cubing comp. That's awesome. You do speed cubing? What configurations? I don't know how you say it, but like what layouts? Like 3x3s, 4x4s? You have like special Rubik's cubes with magnets and stuff? 3x3 and blindfolded. That's awesome. We do live in a simulation. Oh, I'm iterating over the keys. I thought you could do a start like a for loop over this. I suppose iterate over mapped keys. Every stream you're thinking making a networking game is easier than making NPC AI and all this navigation stuff. I'm making this harder than I need to be. You could just make the enemies walk towards the player. You know? I'm purposefully making this more complicated than it needs to be. Are you not? And this languages can be weird sometimes. Simply want to iterate over a map by its key set. Why does that need to be so complicated? In navigation, yeah, just use A star. I think just move on. Just add some random limit. Oh, maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to explicitly say key value. Just that. Okay. What we need to do here now is the, like, annoying bit. Like, do I blood pill from the walls? Or do I go through the whole map? I mean, going through the whole map obviously would work, but that seems kind of stupid. Maybe this is where I pull back my old blood fill thing that I had. Because basically at this point, like, I've worked out what IDs to use my newly destroyed areas. So I just need to, like, join the areas together. So 1 and 30 need to become, in this case, 1, because this is now has 100, 1002 things, and this one just has 12. So we should have a set telling us to replace 30 with 1. I guess what we could do is check through walls. It's a bit stupid, but, like, start a flood fill from any wall that matches that nav area to replace. Maybe that makes sense. So broken walls. I mean, that seems fine. Let's look at my change set, because I had a function like this. Blood check. This thing. This stuff. We no longer need to find largest nav area connected to floor. Kind of what we were doing before. To do this stuff. Blood. Replace nav ID. flood update nav ID. We don't need this. I need start. I need a floor to check. I need a 16T new nav ID. Let me just check all neighbors. And if the algorithm I wrote before was correct, then all of this thing's neighbors should either be new ID or the same ID as this one. So I shouldn't need to pass in old ID to only replace that. This. So it's just that, then fine. If tile.navigation ID isn't equal to nav ID, then I haven't written update tile, did I? Okay. I'd need to set tile at the floor position. And I guess for now I could construct, not really what I want to do, I'd rather update. But let's just do set for now. To do right, and I might have update already, so this might be done for me. My music stopped. Okay. One moment. Guess it can have the same health, although the floor shouldn't have health, let's be honest. You're gonna be complaining you're in the wrong order, aren't you? Type nav ID help. That should be okay. Oh, I already had something weird for this, didn't I? Oh, I need to have a position and 0? No, you're already in a position. Not to recompile the whole nav area. What? Sorry? Oh, NDEE. I guess I can have multiple. At which point you're essentially just constructing it with another tile. Which is sort of like a copy constructor. Oh, you want to know the music name? Here you go. We're 17 minutes in. Because I could keep track of which things I've updated. You really don't want it to just go in a loop, is basically the point. So either we can do get tile and do these checks in there. Or we can keep track of them. Sorry. What you got in the case back there? There's Pokemon. Some of these are Pokemon. These are Pokemon. I don't know if I have any Pokemon in the case. Is Hatsune Miku as a Gundam the Pokemon? I don't think so. A lot of plushies and stuff, isn't it? Good stuff. Cool setup. Thanks, Rocky. It's my cool streaming setup. And also my room. My, like, ADHD chamber. There's also shit off stream you can't see over this way. I have, like, a corkboard covered in, Can you hear my voice okay with the music, by the way? I hope you can. I have a corkboard covered in like key rings and stuff, badges from conventions, and a bunch of doujins and magazines and books and CDs and all sorts. It's cool, isn't it? It's a nice distraction. Let's see. The flood from here. Setting the tile here to something. Now this is not necessary. What we need to do is navigation areas at tile.navigation ID --. Now we need to also check that it's not going to go to 0. We'll set the tile. And we can do it like this. Let me think. This can be quite an easy check. I'm sure there's a nicer way to do this, but if it is larger than 0, then do this. Else, something like that. Or is there like a dot, delete, remove, dot, here, dot? Kind of doesn't matter. Erase, I guess. That's an iterator. I don't know if that works. Maybe it works. I guess it'll iterate by that. And also we can do this. That was always, you know, if this makes it 0, then we erase it. That's fine. Or if it was already 0. Okay. In fact, maybe we could just do that. If it's already equal to 0, I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But it shouldn't be 0 when it comes into here. Hello, Ted. Am I making my game on the costume engine? I don't know what that is. Akram, you'll have to tell me what that is. Do I have flood update? No, I don't have it in the header yet. Okay. Oh, I might. I've got this. Let's see. Did I call it broken walls? I did. That's funny. The custom engine. Oh, custom engine. Yeah, no, this is custom. This is custom. Hello, Blake Summer. Bawa. Let's see. Auto wall position in broken walls. If wall position. And then we'll want to do get tile copy there. Dot navigation area ID is the one to replace. Then we can call flood update on the wall position with new ID. Now we want to make sure this doesn't do this, so we want to break or continue from here somewhere. So I might say I might just extract this to a little function called you're calling flood yourself, aren't you? Yeah. I'd just say find and replace nav ID. I'll just pass this stuff in. I guess it's going to want this. Put broken walls in there. And the ID... Oh, I'll pass in these two things, I guess. I'll need to make this function somewhere. I'll just do that in a second. I was going to put that in an anonymous namespace, but I guess it's okay here as well. And you can be void, that's okay. I don't know if this will break. No worries, Akram. No, this is custom. Sorry, I just didn't understand. Do nav areas get combined into one when you update them? Yeah, the idea is if we have this section in the middle here is a bunch of walls, and we just blew a hole in the middle here. We have a section up here that was always nav area 30, and a section down here that's nav area 1. Nav area 1 has 1,000 tiles in it. Nav area 30 has 120. We obviously want everything here to be flood filled to be area 1. And the way to do that nicely is what I'm working on right now. So, you know, as we break the walls, it's obvious that these need to be 1 and these need to be 30, and we're constructing something to tell us to replace 30 with 1 while we're doing it. So now we're writing the bit that does this secondary flood fill. There's a guy on the internet who makes educational songs for teaching Spanish called Senor Wooly. Your Spanish high school teacher used to play them for us. Bloody, that's bloody brilliant. Am I using OpenGL? I'm using a framework called libdonut, which has a wrapper around SDL2 and OpenGL to do the As while it is a custom engine, I have not written my own implementation of OpenGL's APIs, but I would like to at some point. Just like Paintfill, yeah, basically. Now the man wants to tell you that nav areas are stupid. And that may be true. That may be true. Let's see. Broken walls is this stupid thing. Areas to replace is both you went 16T, aren't you? Simply all I want to do is pop this in there. And then say, yeah, I guess I want you to be on map so you can get this stuff. What's wrong, little guy? Consider making it a const reference. Oh, of course you should be a reference, yeah, of course. Const in this case doesn't massively matter. So if it's the same, then we return. And then we can put an abort in here and say, couldn't find a neighboring pile with that ID. Check how we even came across it. This shouldn't happen. That's why we have an abort there. But you can put a breakpoint on it, but I think the abort should be caught by a debugger, maybe. Let's see. Right, let me see if I've got this correct. Oh, you went to school. That main subject is programming, and we are learning C++. Cool. You're learning for 2 years, and you know the basics of it. Are you enjoying yourself? Is it fun? I guess you're still using the same new nav ID. Now, I don't really know for certain if this is correct. I'm trying my best here. Oh. There's size T. Oh, I guess that's count. Yeah, that's okay. We should update that. So setting the floor is not working. Now this is annoying. I was hoping that I could just use a second constructor for this. Why not use nav areas? I think you don't. I think you. Maybe the name's confusing. A nav area is not can you go there. The navigation area is an ID to determine if areas are connected. So I have area 1 here, area 2 here. That's it. So when you blow a hole in between, now you need to do something to say, all right, well, you know, these here will become green, these here will become red. Ideally, you'd see, oh, it looks like these are actually the same nav area now. It's all connected. You now do this. Right? That's what this is. It's a way to determine if areas are connected and traversable in one go. If you're over here and you see your nav area is 1, and you're down here and you know your nav area is 1, then the A-star algorithm knows that it can make its way over there. It's basically just for A-star right now. And obviously you can cut off A-star, which we do after like 250 steps or something. But A-star gets really fucking confused if you just let it flood fill a whole area. It gets really slow. So I'd rather avoid that. It's an optimization thing, which the fact that I've come up with it maybe makes me think that it's bad. I think it's cool. What OS am I using? This is just Windows. Hello, Kanakan. How are you? definitely just made things annoying, so... The fast preemptive way to know if you should even look for a path. Exactly. Exactly, because the way our levels generate creates a bunch of like little pocket dimensions, like it just scatters a couple holes around the map. And, you know, whole runes and stuff. So it's nice if you were to be in here for whatever reason, that all these enemies around here, you know, if you're being chased by minion enemies, they know, oh, you're in a different nav area. I'm not even going to bother pathing to you with A star. I'll just use line of sight. Why not Visual Studio? I mean, this is VS Code. You say why not Visual Studio? Why would you want to use Visual Studio? It's only supported on one platform. It's fine. I mean, I used it in the past. It's a lot heavier. It doesn't run on my Mac. It doesn't run on my... It might run on Steam Deck. Maybe Visual Studio still works on Linux. I don't know. So the portability is nice, and I use VS Code at work, so I want to get better at using it, I guess. Classic YouTube video. I'll just poke a hole in it. Forgot about that YouTube video. Is that the one with the blue thumbnail of like a weird shape? Mice can use rocket launchers to blow up the walls. Mice can use rocket launchers to blow up the walls. That's a good sentence, and that's correct. Alright, I fucked something up here by adding another... Is this when you need to use like explicit and stuff? Because I don't fully understand the explicit keyword in C++. It's not even a thing. I thought there was something like that. Anyway, maybe I can have one that's not one that's like this. VS Code and Vim bindings have been your favorite experience. It's quite customizable. I'm not going to say VS Code's perfect. I kind of hate parts of it. I think the refactoring is atrocious, and I think the navigation is a lot worse than like JetBrains. I like double tap shift in JetBrains to set. I feel like it's a lot faster than Control P. I think honestly the refactoring is the worst bit. Like if you were to use Sea Lion, I think I would expect it to have some lovely tools to extract functions and rename things and refactor things and blah blah blah. This is pretty basic. My F2 doesn't even work half the time. Apparently if I show it off it starts working, which is interesting. Anyway, let's see. Does the game crash when I do this? Yes, it does. Okay, where did it crash? I would like to see. I'm hoping it's crashing on my abort. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here we go. Couldn't find a neighboring tile with that ID. Let's see how we even came across it. I think I added this abort, huh? So, we have a list of broken walls. There's only one thing in it. I guess we only broke one wall here. I know the game's on the screen. It's okay. We're trying to replace Area 19 with Area 1. Pretty expected, right? If we are in our map right now, we can even see our navigation areas. 1 has 2,257... I'm not modding Gen 2 Pokemon, no. This is my own game. I'm just using Pokemon Crystal tiles as a placeholder. Because it doesn't look like how I want the game to look, so it's a good placeholder, if that makes sense. I also like the tiles. Anyway, we can see that we're trying to replace 19 with 1. 19 has 3, which is correct, right? If we look at the map, we can see that that little area we're blowing into, where the cursor is, has 3 floors, and the main area 1, should pretty much always be 1, has lots. So, we've just broken this wall at some position. We're trying to get a tile copy there. Interesting. Is this not getting... What's happening at this point? Have I already replaced the floors? So... Sorry. In this case, we've already, in set nav area to replace most populous neighbor, we've already set the tile, right? We have. We've already set the tile at our current location to, is this correct? Dirt. Yeah. So the tile we're on should have a position based on its neighbor. Okay, there's a few things I can do quickly just to help me debug, because this is not very useful. Let's just say console auto tile copy equals blah, and here we go. So let's see. Hello, Khan. I should mod that Gen 2. Let's find another place. So here, for example. Let's see. The tile copy. Why do you not let me read its ID? This is quite stupid. Okay, fine. We're gonna do it like this. Tile copy. Ooh. Navigation area ID 1. In this case, we're breaking how many walls? Just the one. And your ID is 1. Hang on, I think I've miswritten this. Yeah, I've made a mistake. Yeah, I think we don't have to abort here, actually. We just haven't found it. We've broken the wall at position here, and it itself has the ID 1, as it should. But we don't know right now to check the guy to the left. We're not doing that. So we could store which neighbor it is, but I think that's a little stupid. What I'm going to do in here is look around it. Where's my neighbor stuff? Here we go. What I could also do is just not do this check. Just not do this check at all. In which case, it would try to flood from now, which is 1. So it would come in here at the value 1. I guess it would only need to do this check if it actually needs to update the ID. Let's think about that. Navigation area ID isn't equal to new nav ID. Only then are we actually updating it. Fine. Hello, Spaghetti. First time seeing someone develop on YouTube. I'm surprised there's not more indie devs on YouTube. I guess they're all busy making their game. Makes sense. So we may not be updating our guy, but we look at our neighbors. And we ignore our neighbor if he has the same ID. If it doesn't have the same ID, then we call flood on that, in which case it would update that guy. I do not use AI agents, no. I do not. I'm not fond of it. I do not think they are interesting. I think we don't have to do this check here. So that's nice. So we don't have to put our abort in here. What I really should do is write a function to draw navigation area IDs on tiles. I just am worried that it will be insanely bad for performance. Let's see. This won't crash, but you know. Theoretically, everything in this space now should be navigation area ID 1. And if I find these holes here, they may be ID 100 and 101, who cares? They should now also be 1. Hello, Aban. You did asking to me. I do not use robots. No. I mean, the girl is a robot, this character, if that helps. Let's see. Let's find us a mouse. Hello, mice. If I go behind here, can you find me? Looks like they can. Basically, what we saw last time was like they'd spin out of control if they couldn't find you, because you were in a wrong navigation area. Let's see, is he spinning? If he's able to actually path, then I'd say my code's kind of working. You look like you were getting stuck there. He's just given up. Oh, my debug HUD's disappeared. Do not use robots. No, I do not use LLMs. Let's see. Can you path to me? Do you find it interesting, Spaghetti? You can learn all this stuff. Okay, it looks like he's pathing to me okay, doesn't it? Hang on a moment, let me think. Okay, it's a little sketch, but what I can do is, oh, I don't really like this. I was gonna say, like, I could have a function that, like, draws in the debug menu the navigation area ID of whatever tile you're, like, mousing over, wherever the player is, just for debug purposes. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know how expensive that is. It might be a little expensive. Well, but for now I can use it. I can always just turn it off, I guess. Let's see. So I'm gonna make a new tab here, just called nav area. I'm just gonna have a little text in here. An ImGUI label, maybe? Text, yeah. I'm just gonna say nav area under cursor. And then I'm going to have to work that out. Const, I don't know, UN16T, and we'll have to work this out. Oh, how do I draw this normally? %F? No, it's not %F, it's a D? Maybe it's a D. Oh, maybe it's a D, decimal. Okay, so now, and this obviously isn't the real nav area under the cursor, but should have a tab for it at least. Oh, ImGUI's disappeared, hang on. Bring that back. So, we've got a space to read it here at least. What I need to do is work out how to convert from the cursor to a world space coordinate, which we can do in action. responder system. I think we do that. Mouse, cursor, X. Somewhere in here I thought I was doing this. Left, attack. Why am I doing the mouse stuff? Why am I doing this? Am I just storing... I've not tried cursor now. Why am I storing the mouse position somewhere? Maybe I'm just putting it in the context. Oh, last known mouse position. Okay, that's nice. And we even have a function called get relative mouse position. Hang on. Is that what I want? Maybe... I think that's what I want. So it's the mouse position, and you calculate it from screen coordinates. You saw some videos a few days ago about nested if and else. How did you feel about it? Screen coordinates. Why am I using regular old get mouse position? No, it's not needed. Maybe I do just use get mouse position. Actually, I think it's just get mouse local player get mouse position. Hang on a moment. I need to be in game. And then wherever I was doing this stuff. Have I got a local player in here? I think I do. Oh, not quite. Let's move this up here. We're reusing this in a handful of places, so we can get rid of that. Alright, we want the cursor position. Just auto cursor position equals local player dot get mouse position. I hope it's not the get relative one. It could be easy enough to change. And we want to do is const auto tile under cursor equals map. Not have the map here. I have to get the context map. Okay, fine. Const auto map equals, we want try get. Oops. I guess you can't do try get in context, can you? When is the map put in the registry? I guess so. I guess we can do this. So let's see. If registry contains map, then we can do this. Const auto map equals this thing. And then we have a little nav area button. Well, I guess we can put that in the nav area button. We want to do map dot get file copy at cursor position. Are you at vec 3? Yeah. And then we'll have nav area under const auto nav. This thing equals tile under cursor dot navigation area ID. Now, let's see. Will this crash? Are there sensitive environment variables in game development that you can disclose during stream with an application? Didn't think so. Nothing's so secure, I think. Oh look, actually maybe that's working. Can you guys see that in the top right? It's a little small. I can't really make it bigger. But I can now show off what nav area is under the cursor just by mousing over it. This section. It could be useful. Can help reduce not so useful checks. Just remember that there's no one-size-fits-all solution in software engineering. And YouTube videos can be a good educational source, but it's always worth giving it your own critical thought if it's good information for you or not. Remember that not everything is going to work in all situations. And also not everything you see online is correct. And also there's good advice out there, you know, use your thought. Anyway, look, so I've got 1 in these areas. I mouse over here, I've got 76. 0, because this is a wall, this is out of map, this is 0. 84, 66. What I could even do is also show how populous it is. So I could say const auto nav area population equals, and then we do map dot navigation areas at nav area under cursor. Don't know what happens if this is going to break. We'll see. Let's see, sorry, %d. Will this break? Let's see. You are a long? What are you? You're a size T. Oh, do I need to make you a big D? Oops. No? How do you make a big decimal? Is it just L? Percent L? Well, you know what? We can just static cast it to size 2 for now, right? Oh. Percent LLU. Okay, that's new to me. How can one make their keyboard LEDs light up based on the minimap? You could probably read something in memory, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure it's possible. Disable their guns for a second. That count thing is clearly not working. Hang on. Why is that not working? That should be correct. Long unsigned. Yeah, makes sense. Is this a long? This should be a... Is that, I guess, a size T is a long unsigned in this case? Unsigned long, yeah. That's concerning. Hang on a moment. Let me try debugging this. Maybe it's just drawing incorrectly. If not, we can also just look at map nav areas. So let's see, nav area. Yeah, that count not quite right. I want to put a thing in here. I know the game's in the way. It's okay. You see this? I can't see it. So map navigation, nav area under cursor is 0. Fine. That makes sense that it's such a weird number. Ideally I'd, yeah, I know I died, like, I have God mode. Zero? Oh, that's not it. So it's under 1. Map navigation area is 1. Could be 2005. And indeed it's 2005. So why is it not drawing 2005 in the debug menu? It's calculating it correctly. Weird. What I'm gonna do is a little lazy, maybe. Is it a little lazy? Hang on, there should just be a way to... This is 2000 and something, LLU. That was weird to me. Unsigned long unsigned. Why is it drawing such an insane number? I'm just going to temporarily test this with a U16T and just see if maybe it is just like a rendering issue. I might have to do a that's okay. Obviously this will do weird things if the nav area population is above the size of a U16T, but okay, now it's normal. There's something weird about drawing a size T directly. Yeah, look, you can see I'm mousing over this space. Oh, I think it's 0 there. Where does it think the cursor is? I think it thinks the cursor is like 15. The cursor is off by 1 tile. Somehow. I don't really understand why. Oh, it's weird that going down here it also thinks it's 15. Those trees shouldn't be... Okay, hang on. There's something weird going on here. It might just be that I need to use the relative cursor size. There's 50... 51. Yeah, it's like I'm moving over the thing just next to it. Hang on, let's try get relative. Maybe I'm using the wrong thing. And then you will want to be a this and then a 0F. Let's see. I keep forgetting the difference between relative mouse and mouse. Well, it's certainly not relative. That's not fixed anything. Well, maybe it's just the way that it's the vec3 get tile copy should be taking an ivec3. I guess we could floor it. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. You never used to get arithmetic. No, wait, not arithmetic. You never used to think algorithmic. You don't know how to use libraries and functions. You don't get the logic. I don't understand your question, sorry. You have the idea, but never turning to practice. You're saying that you don't understand algorithms, like as a concept. You have like an idea, but you don't know how to use them in practice. Is that what you're saying? Alright. Flooring seems to have helped. Yeah, okay, that's easy. Right, so we can see this is 11, count 1, this is 14, count 1, this is 2, count 1. If I blow these all up, if I blow this up, this 2 should become 1. And it does. Here, this is 14 size 1 and 11 because I count 1. If I blow up this wall, these should both become 1. And they do. If I, as a player, no clip into the wall here, we can see that this is 27, 26, and 54. Now all of this area is 170. All 170. This area up here is 57. Let's expand that a little bit. Still 57. All the way over here, this is all 57. Now if I combine 170 and 57, we should get 57. And we do. It's nice and quick. Okay. Now let's try adding 1 into the mix. Everything over here should become nav area 1. And it does. Isn't that cool? I've made a fucking program. Maybe. I mean, it might break at some point, but like... Look at that. I also don't know how well you can read the text on screen. It might be tiny, but... I feel smart and accomplished. So even if it's not efficient, I feel like I've done something fun. We got 39, we got 41, bam. everything's now 41. It doesn't seem particularly slow. I mean, this is in debug mode, mind you, and the game's FPS doesn't seem to be changing whatsoever. I'm really proud of that. Let's see if Donut comes in and calls me stupid, because I feel like I've done something really cool. Let's see, this is all nav area 1, right? Go over here, make like a huge space. You can see as I make the huge space, the count is increasing, and everything around here is still within that 171. And eventually I'll combine it with... I'll make another area over here somehow. You got 28? That's now 173, I guess. 73, 171. Now it's all 171. I don't know, I feel really smart for this. And now everything's 1. So they should just, these mice should just be able to path to me. If I go all the way over here, I don't really know exactly how he's pathing. He's pathing a little weird. Hang on, enemy, states. Can't really see what he's doing. How about you? Hey Star, you should know how to make your way over here. He's clearly having some difficulty. Why is that? Is it because it's too far away, maybe? It's possible that this area is too big, in which case, if I were to blow a hole over here, it's still in that weird new area. Because I did add a cap on it. No, he's still having trouble. Let me think why this might be happening. It's possible the code he's using to get nav areas are now outdated. You can A-star to me within the same space as usual, alright? Like if I'm over here, you have no problems, A-star. And then, what about over here? If I blow a hole in the wall, you should be able to find me, right? A-star? Okay, and then around the corner here? Okay, he doesn't have any trouble in here. If we move from that new area to this old area, do you struggle? No. You could call me stupid, Monas, that would be nice. Okay, I'll have to inspect that in a second. I need the bathroom quickly. You get them in Logic when it comes to code, you don't have the idea. So you could write it on paper in like plain English or your favorite language. You could write an algorithm down in normal words, but you just don't know the syntax. Thank you, Stavro. Howdy. Hello. I'm just quickly going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be literally right back. One moment. Hello. Writing in paper is the best way. No, what I mean is you were saying you were struggling with working out how to think algorithmically, but I'm wondering if it's just programming, like this, remembering the syntax in a programming language. Because if you can solve an algorithm by just writing it in English, then you have the ability to write it in code. It's just a case of looking up the syntax. The part of your brain to solve the problem is already perfectly fine. In fact, like I often write stuff in Page. Like, you see this to-do. The code I just wrote was a to-do list that I made in the bath on my phone in my notes app. You know, when explode wall, check neighbors for blah blah blah. Look, do this, do this, do this. This is not code. This is like notes. Anyway, I want to see why pathfinding's broken. Have a great day, you too, dude. Now, path exists. Are you where it's breaking? We're flooring the positions, correct? And here we're flooring the positions. That's correct. So that should be okay. That should be just fine. So why... Hang on, let's increase their thinking time. Do I have that just in here somewhere? Like a base... Where did I call it? Like base thinking time. I guess it's not that. Hang on a moment, I'm trying to remember where I put this. Is it just base... It's just base thinking time. Okay. No, I want them to time to lose line of sight. This thing. It's 10 seconds. Let's set it to a minute, so I can really experiment with this. How are you all doing, chat? Pathfinding is cool. Let's see. Interesting that it started off with Nav Area 2. It happens. Check where your path progresses. So, I guess you just joined. The work I did today I was quite proud of. I've made a thing so that when you break a wall, it, hopefully pretty intelligently, combines nav areas. So I don't know if you can read the chat, like the text in this ImGUI window. In this main area, this is called nav area 2. There's 2,200 tiles here. This little area in here, that's 14, it has 4. This is 10, it has 2. This is 8, it has 1. 19, it has 1. If I blow up a hole in the wall, this is now also 2. This one here, that's now also 2. This one here, now also 2. So that's cool, right? When I start doing A star, I check to see if the nav area IDs are even the same between where the player is and where the enemy is. And if not, then I don't bother. I just do line of sight. It's possible I just broke it earlier by doing no clip and going into a wall. So I just want to check. Where I'm breaking into here is nav area 2. Just going to make a nice big, like, section like this. They should be able to path around just fine. And they can. You see they're A-starring just fine. I take them all the way over here. And then go quickly back. Up. They shouldn't be getting stuck. They should be able to find... And they can. So I think it's possible I just broke it earlier by no clipping. If I go in the wall... they actually will do line of sight movement. You see over here? Some other code path might be recomputing it, causing it to be in hysteresis state. Okay. Anyway, you see, I'm in like these other areas. My nav area is A1, whatever, and they're just doing line of sight. So you can see he's like pushing against the wall. If I come back inbounds, they should just be able to path to me, okay? And they can. What about you? You've only just seen me, right? don't know what the bug I was seeing earlier was then. They seem to be working just fine. Yeah, like, it seems to be working okay. The enemies are recomputing their A star like every 0.15 seconds or something. So it's not like literally every frame, but it's pretty common. I guess it's also possible that somehow I was standing in a place. Reason to overcode it? No, you're missing my. The thing I'm looking for is a bug I saw earlier. I've not made any code changes. I just saw like an enemy looking like he was getting stuck in a corner, which shouldn't happen. And it was when I'd like tunneled through a wall. And it's worth noting, like, they have a maximum, right? They have a maximum of like 250 steps. So while they'll find their way over here eventually, a bunch of them will eventually just give up and start doing something else. Usually line of sight, so they'll get stuck somewhere, which makes sense. But when I was like tunneling through, making these new floors, giving them the new navigation areas, they should also be able to find their way to me. It looks like they can. So I don't know what I was seeing earlier. I'd have to check the VOD, honestly. We seem to think, Donut had a look at my VOD yesterday, and he saw like a double firing rocket launcher, which I think I thought I'd seen, but I wasn't certain. He literally found like the timestamp for it. And we think that it's probably just like a memory corruption error, where we are like adding a component in the middle of iterating over the registry. So I'm going to quickly fix that now before I forget, because that could be breaking other stuff, right? So if you remember, I don't know if you were here the other day, we have our is explosion. This thing. We have this tile positions impacted component. And we were doing get or in place. And I think this is probably causing a problem. What I'm going to do is just do get. And when I'm constructing the this should crash, I think, probably. But when I go to is explosion, where I'm adding this, I need to also add this impacted thing. So that'll just be in here. I don't think all these functions are really that valuable, I'm going to be honest. I think these might be a little stupid. Like, I'm not really confident these are saving much time. To add this every time I have a new component. Structural changes within iterations with the mirrors. Doesn't the backend prevent structural changes? No, it doesn't. Entity lets you do whatever. You can delete entities while iterating through the registry if you want. It's not safe like that, yeah. Let's see, if I just fire this for like a minute, let's see if we see a double rocket launcher at some point. I guess I should be moving while I'm doing it, because I think we only really saw the bug while I was moving, right? And the entity stores in chunks in your framework. I don't know how entities are stored in NTT. I'd have to look it up. I was told at some point, or I read the wiki, but that was years ago. I started this version of the project in like 2022 or 3, so it's been that long since I read the file. And honestly, one of the reasons I'm using a framework for that is so I shouldn't have to think about it too much. If I have the rule of thumb to just not modify while reading, then usually it should be pretty good. I haven't seen any problems yet. Kind of looks okay to me. Just keep an eye out. If you ever see like a second bullet being shot or a second explosion, we'll have to check. And look at this. If I fire this off somewhere completely different, I should have hit a wall actually. Or do you think it didn't hit a wall? If it goes off screen, you can see it's actually adding and like counts to the nav area. And the moment it stops should be when the rocket's firing so far it's no longer like exploding, like it's getting deleted before it explodes. So if I go a bit further away maybe. Interesting, right? I don't know. I'm really happy with what I've done here. I don't know if you can tell. I'm always happy when I write something, it feels smart and then it seems to work. And like, look at how quick like performance it is. Like the frame rate is normal. There is no frame drop when you break a wall, even though it's like doing a little work in here. Not much, mind you, but it's doing a little bit. It just not even a single frame drop from doing this. I mean, it's not capped at 360 actually. We can see if there's a real performance hit. So it's doing about 480, I think, which is proper max. And if I start blowing up walls, it goes down to like what, 450? In debug. I think that's fine. What we can do, perhaps using C++ and not GameMaker. Yeah, GameMaker you'd have to do all these as objects, and it starts getting a bit more. If I make my explosion really big, we can see what it looks like if you're curious. Do you want to see like a really big explosion? Because that's always fun in games, right? Get explosion size. Let's make it 100. It should be like, this should nuke my frame rate, I think. Because this is going to recompute literally 100 times bigger explosion. And it's a circle. Am I still streaming? I just got a notification that I'm still streaming here. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Like when I'm destroying a block, I'm not actually destroying anything. I'm just overwriting what's at that position with a floor. I'm so happy that I chose to make this game a tile-based game. There's so many like awesome like performance improvements you can get from having tiles. It's awesome. All right, do you want to see a really big explosion? I'm gonna go into full screen for this. Do you want to see if this crashes? 3, 2, 1, bam! Oh, my computer! Oh. I think 100 times bigger is actually like, it might be like to the power of 100 bigger because it's a circle. I don't know the maths on that, but I know when a pizza is like 1 centimeter bigger, it's actually twice as big. How long do you think this will take? Holy shit, it's computed. It took so long, my game like had to catch up. Oh my fucking god. Do you know how we were like considering writing a function to rasterize the size of a sphere? Like rasterize how a circle should look. We've done that. We've made a rasterizer. You can draw a circle quite easily with a great big rocket launcher. And this nav area has 4,000 things in it. That's crazy. Okay, instead of 100, let's say it's 25 times or 20 times bigger, so I can do it in like real time. Again, 20 times. Like, how does that work with circles again? Remind me of like the pizza maths, where like a 30 centimeter pizza is like twice as big as a 25 centimeter pizza or something. There was some nonsense like that. It's like the volume of a circle, some nonsense like that. Something to do with pi. I don't know. What is it? Like, why is Domino's charging twice as much for only 1 inch more pizza? And then it arrives and it's like the size of a car wheel. That's a pretty good Minecraft explosion. I think that's not bad. The game will never have an explosion this big, probably. And if it does, I'd probably spread it out over multiple smaller explosions. Look, when there's nothing on screen, it's pretty instant. Goes with the radius because it gets bigger in 2D. There you go. Oh, the reason it was probably getting slow is because I was shooting multiple rockets. I just killed myself. In Woho. I just hold left click and shoot a bunch of rockets. That's not that much lag. They're just shooting like an like you can see the nav area growing. I think that's pretty impressive. I'm just like destroying, let's say like 100 tiles at once or something. I think this kind of frame rate drop, destroying 100 tiles in debug, fine. I think that's completely fine. Because really, the game's going to be more like this. And then we got like no FPS drop, right? That's cool. I feel like I've made a cool thing. What do you think? Probably should put this somewhere other than components, so I don't have to recompile 35 files every time, but whatever. You know, it makes this look diddly. Like, this is tiny. This just works. Of course, this just works. Could also make it so, like, if you break more than a certain number of tiles within like one frame, it recalculates all the nav areas. Because look, the level generates in like a fucking blink. When I hit generate level, every time I click this button, it's doing a flood fill on the entire map. So it's generating, let's say, level 0. This is 2,000 blocks, at least. Every time I click this button, it's regenerating the entire nav mesh for or the entire nav area for everything. So, you know, if the explosion damages 1,000 tiles at once, I'd probably just regenerate the entire map's nav area. Pretty sick, right? Anyway, I feel like I've done something cool. I'm really happy with that. I don't know about you guys, if you think it's cool or not. I just think it's cool that I visualized something and then did it, and it just works. It just works. I need to investigate that bug I saw earlier in the stream where it was getting caught on the corner. I think I could have just been no-clipping somewhere I shouldn't have been, and it was just doing line of sight. But if it's possible that actually I was between two nav areas and it was like A-starring into an incorrect nav area, then that's a problem. That would be a problem. I'd have to make it check diagonals or something, which I don't really want to do because that's not how it's meant to work. Let's see. Hey, Donut! Not to just show off again, but I've done something I'm really proud of. Can you tell me it's good? Or at least why it's the worst thing you've ever seen? So small. I'm not going to fire the nuke again. I fired a big launcher, and it worked okay. Hey, small. So you see here, you can see the in ImGUI, the nav area under cursor. So in this case it's 3, and how many things are under it. And you can see the nav. Hang on, enemy. You can stop shooting, please. You can see this area here is 29. It's 2. It's 38. It's 23. It has 1. If I destroy this wall, it's now all 3. What about up here as well? All 3. If I tunnel over here, this is all 3. This is all 3. Blah 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 blah. If I no clip into the wall somewhere and find a space like this. This is 4, count 1, 4, count 2, 4, count 4, 4, count 5. It's growing, it's becoming pretty sizable. Here's another little space, it's 9. I grow this a little bit as well. When I combine 9 and 4, all this area up here should become 9. Sorry, should become 4, because it's the greatest size. And 4 should be 72. I guess I blew up more walls, but you get the idea. This is all 4, and if I combine this with the main area, this is all 3. Look at that. Works perfectly. I did what I described. I don't know if you read my text, but the sizes are cached. Yeah, so I was quite proud of this. I cache... Where are my members? Wherever I put them. Oh, I should move these. So I cache the navigation areas by their ID, and I store their count. And every time I destroy a wall, I ask each wall... I've had a drawing I've been doing for this a lot. I asked each wall, let's say this area down here is 1, and there's 1,000 of them. And this is area 30, and there's 10. This space in the middle is a wall that's separating them. If I destroy a block in the middle, it checks its neighbors, and it sees that 1 has the largest size in the cache, so this one just becomes 1. But it also notices that this one above it had a smaller ID than 1. So it says later on, replace 30 with 1. So after it's done that, there's another algorithm that runs and replaces this with 1. At least that's how it should work. And so far it does seem to work. And likewise, if you have a smaller space like this one will become 30, as will this. This will become 1, because that's their most populous neighbor, if that's the order they check in. But then 1 will notice that he needs to be updated, all of 30 is replaced. If you call set tile for some other reason, can it get out of sync? What do you mean? Can it get out of sync? If I call it for some other reason, keeping in mind that this is all running synchronously. That's the idea, at least, and it seems to work. So instead of having to constantly recalculate which is the biggest, I just store it. And then as I create a new wall in that size, I increment this by 1. And as I remove 1, I decrease that one by 1. So it's pretty updated. Create a hole programmatically instead of the explosion system. If you create a hole programmatically and it doesn't have... interesting, this isn't being used. Oh yeah, I decided not to use this. Hang on just a second. Find and replace. So, the current nav area is a bit like a database with its what do you call it? Like a key that always goes up by 1 and it's guaranteed to be unique. And every time you fetch from it, it goes up by 1. You remember what I mean? Like in SQL, for example. If I've written this properly, which I need to double check. This isn't it. If we don't find any neighbors that are valid, so in this case, nav area ID 0 across the program just means it's not been set. We default to 1 when we start generating the level. If our neighbors are all air, or our neighbors are all walls, orthogonal neighbors, so maybe you can see something wrong in the logic. I think this looks okay. Then these never get updated. So we increment the current nav area ID, like unique ID thing, set ourselves to that, and then set ourselves to dirt, and then store that thing in the cache. So this seems okay. Maybe you see something at a glance that looks wrong. I'd be happy to take feedback, but I was really happy with this. Now you're here, I can read through your comments again. I was reading them on the other day, but I didn't respond to all of them. You had some nice feedback about a lot of things. You were mentioning about... Maybe, I don't think this is necessarily a case, but there were a few places where I'm using a map, or at least something that uses a hashing function. There's some places where I'm using it on like a rather small array of like less than 100 items. And you suggested that maybe it's faster still to go over that array of duplicates than it is to hash and go through an array and go through a set of uniques, which is funny. In the spirit of there may be new game mechanics, you may end up calling set tile in random places. Oh, you mean like if I call set tile somewhere random, how would the nav area be generated for it? Yeah, good question. That's not implemented right now or thought about. I'll have to think about it when it comes to it. As it is now, this is regarding creating things dynamically with explosions. So if I were to, let's say, let's say, you know, in like Terraria, when you're playing, after a while, it'll spawn like an asteroid that spawns out of the sky. It's not really an explosion, but like your regular level has you know, grass and like a nice sky and all that, and then at some point it just like spawns a meteor and replaces a big chunk of your grass with meteor and well, air, I guess. That would if I had something like that in my game, then that would be an equivalent of like doing set tile without an explosion. In which case, when I come to writing this, I would probably look at my explosion code and maybe generify some parts of it. Because the stuff I've got here in map to, let's see, destroy walls, this could be rewritten quite easily. Right now it's done under the assumption that you want to replace the thing at this position in this set with dirt. If this wanted to be anything else, then yeah, I'd be looking in here. As it is, it's worth checking that set tile isn't being called elsewhere. That's a good point. I can have a look at it. The other places I'm calling it. This should be a pretty small list. So level generation, that should be okay. Map. So this is my destroy walls. This is part of destroy walls. Part of destroy walls. And so on. Level generation. And then that's kind of it. So right now I'm not. The safest thing would be to replace the implementation of set tile with blah 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 nav area counts old ID set tile plus plus. Well, set tile only works for incrementing if you are if the ID of the thing you're replacing is different. So in which case I would have to make set tile also do get tile. Which isn't always necessarily. So I agree with your thought process, at least in terms of having this like that, but I think that wouldn't quite work. Or at least I'd be making every set also do a get, which may not be necessary. Set is not necessarily called in white space. Yeah, you use the old tile to get old ID. Yeah, so I'd rather not do that, as I just said. I think what I've got now is okay, but should it cause problems? Sure. I'd rather not make it so every time I call set tile, it has to have this logic in here. You're accessing that memory anyway, so it's not a double chunk lookup or anything. That's good intel. That's fine. I'll keep that. I'll keep that in the future. I don't want to do that right now because I'm using set tile in level generation. I don't want to rewrite that. So I'm going to just leave it and move on to something else. So for now, this is perfect. I was looking at your other comments. Sorry. So you were mentioning you'd avoid using hash containers. One thing I can also look at. I wonder if there's a better hash function for vec3 than the x caret y caret z caret thing. Is it maths? Or is it somewhere else? Maybe it's in common? Yeah, so this is quite expensive, right? I don't know what order of expense this is. Is this to the power of or what? Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, don't know. This is good advice, but this is not new to me. Like this is pretty common problem space in the mobile development stuff I used to do a lot. So it's not something I don't think about. Okay, let's think about this stuff. Caret is XOR. So this is exclusive OR. How expensive is an exclusive OR? It's not to the power of. You were saying this was a really expensive hash function. The hash itself costs nothing. Then why were you saying this is an expensive function? Maybe I misunderstood. That's not the problem. If you'd say avoid using it, you're expecting the size to be at least 1 million elements. It's probably better to do a binary search. Surely in that case you need to have a sorted array, right? You said it's a bad hash function, not an expensive one. Okay, well that's slightly confusing wording then. What's wrong with it? Is it just that it could result in duplicates somehow? I guess I could quickly look one up now. I don't know if maybe there's one that easily exists. It's not well distributed. Okay. So it's like where in memory things will end up. Whereas this one here, where did this come from? I certainly didn't write this. Was this from Boost? I know we had a note on this before. This is like some magic. Vec3, ivec3 hash function. Maybe there's one that already exists. ivec3 in Bevy. So this was Rust, right? How is Bevy doing their hash in Rust? Do they have the source on that? Not that I can read Rust amazingly. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be easily searchable. The problem with using hash containers is much bigger to do with anything than anything to do with the hashing. Do you just mean the fact that like it's expensive to iterate over? Like the size of a map can be quite a lot larger and a bit more cumbersome than an array, like a clearly defined array. We're forced to allocate all their internal nodes separately to guarantee memory stability. Okay. So in the case of having a small hash container that only wants to have like let's say like 20 items, like a small one. I like using let's say set, for example, to guarantee that there's only one element, like elements are unique, right? To avoid having, let's say we want to call something on every element in that collection. With this set, you know you're only calling that function once as necessary. Where if you have it in an array, you either have to keep track of if you've already called it, or call it again. I guess in the case of set tile, it's not terribly expensive. But if it was a larger function, then surely at that point it is worth it. You have to over-allocate the hash table by a lot to account for the fact they don't know the size of your data beforehand. Your memory access pattern ends up being all over the place. Okay, so is this just general C++? Yes. What's a good use case? Because I think my cache here is a good use case, where I'm storing... I like having an order 1 container to store... Oh, you drew a picture. I'm looking at it. I wasn't reading it there. I'll read it in a moment on stream. My navigation ID cache I thought seemed quite nice, because it's a key between the area ID and its count. But would you say the fact that the area ID goes up iteratively, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that it's worth using an array? Because you can binary search an ordered array quite easily, and realistically it's going to have less than 1,000 items in it. I'm a big fan of maps for this sort of thing usually. Don't prematurely optimize. Yeah, I mean, I will also say the game runs at like 20,000 FPS, so at what point are we overthinking things? The cache should definitely be an array because it's an order 1 lookup anyway, if you just allocate it for all numbers. Order 1 lookup already, anyway. That's true, because I don't delete... Well, I do in the current cache, but I can remove that code. I don't need to delete unused navigation areas. They go up as you want a new one. And when the map regenerates, it starts again at 1. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair point, honestly. That's a fair point there. Okay. You just tend to not use the hashing collections at all? Or one? Let's see. Donuts, draw me a smiley face. You wrote them when you'd use them. Oh, great. Let's see. Donuts sent me this nice drawing. I hope you can all see. Welcome to C++ 101. By the way, can I also mention that this is like the opposite of how it works in, or at least how you're taught to use other languages, which is possible that even in like Java and Kotlin and Swift and everything, you should still be using arrays for these things, but you are basically taught to spam hashing collections for absolutely everything. So this is interesting to me. And a bit of a shame, because I like maps. I think they're cool. Anyway, in Java, every element gets allocated separately, even in an array list, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so it's a case that the other languages are doing something expensive anyway, so you might as well just use the nice order 1 element. They're just slow by default. Okay, let's see. So you've got a smiley face by standard vector. Very nice, I see. Allocation, lookup access. Okay. Unordered map. Oh, this is nice. Sad face. This is nice. Let's see. Unordered map. You start allocating your table here. You want to do a lookup access over here. Yeah, it's very big. Yep. You were also taught to overlutilate hash maps. Yeah. Also, I see say hash maps, so you were also taught Java, right? Because you got this huge bucket, and you gotta say, I've got a piece of information. It fits in this place, but the rest of the bucket is like blank space. But on like a desktop app, it's actually quite nice to be able to order one, grab that thing. Okay, let's see. Doing a memory lookup over here. He's got all sorts. He's doing an allocation over here and some bucket next. Actually called bucket under the hood. That's fun. Memory bucket. Allocations for the... I guess the white elements are just non-null, right? This means this could be... This is a value. 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 So for every value here, they've all got their own allocation with a memory key value, bucket next. Is it more like a linked list? Under the hood? Does it tell you like... But is bucket next like a pointer to the next element in the bucket? A bucket in a hash table is just all the elements that hash to the same slot and collide. This is how they do collision resolution? So if you have collisions, it just stores it into the same thing, but like in a linked list. And yes, it has to be a linked list in the standard ones. Okay. What's the difference between a collision and like a duplicate item? If I have my map of int and I want to store an element at 1, I say that I set that to 3. What's the difference between doing that a second time? Because I would have thought that would replace what is at there with let's say 6. At what point is something considered a collision? Is a collision only if some completely random, let's say you type in ABC and it just happens that your hashing function returns the same key for 1 and ABC. Let's say you just wrote the hashing algorithm to always return 1 or true or whatever. Unordered is very different. It uses a red-black tree and is even worse. Oh yeah. Okay. The solution to every beginner level interview question was from 2014-2019 was from using an array to a hash map. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Okay, well anyway, this is really good. This is really good advice. I'll read your next part then, because you said when you do use it. Let me see. Where do I want to start reading? Because you Donut watched my VOD and gave like a feedback. I guess I gave also a running commentary on your feedback. You mentioned it would be good to do this for all collided walls instead of returning a heap allocated vector every time. The main problem is C++20 doesn't have a function ref yet. You'd have to use a raw function pointer. So you were talking about some all collidable walls. Was this when I mentioned that I had a bunch of like copied... I'd need to check. Was this when I mentioned I wanted to deduplicate some stuff? Right? Yeah, I have all these like loops over Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y with like the same sort of code at the top, but I'm doing slightly different things in each of them, and I wanted a nice way to handle that. And you are mentioning... a little hard to read. You've written something called a function view, which well, let's see. C++ doesn't have function ref, so you either have to use a function pointer or write your own wrapper, put the definition in the header file and use a template. I'd probably end up using a function pointer, I guess. That sounds simplest. The template solution would cause a lot of unnecessary code bloat, because each new callback type would generate a new disapplication. libdonut 3 has a function view type that solves this, and it can be used like this, so I'll just paste that. Donut's saying that in his new framework, you'll have something like this, where you have a function view, which is, I guess, is a bit like a like to have a callback later. I mean, this is how you use Oh, what do we call them? Completion handlers and whatnot in other languages, right? This is pretty typical. You pass in a function and then you can call it from within. You can't do this in base C++, huh? That's just an invoke. Yeah, invoke, there's a lot of languages that have stuff like this. You can't... Like, you said std function is not valid for this. Because C++ obviously does have std function, but it's not good for this. Because it's a heap... No, that's not something, that's something else. Sorry, standard function does exist. It's bad as a parameter type because it can heap allocate if the function is too big. Okay, yeah, we don't want heap allocation. Ignore the vectors. That's why we're adding standard function ref. Yeah, I know I kept saying painter's algorithm. I don't know why. I think it's... You know what? I've just realized. I kept calling... where's paint? I kept talking about this algorithm that goes from a line into like a aliased version of it. You know why I kept calling this the painter's algorithm? It's because this is what happens if you zoom in Microsoft Paint. I think I mean like Paint, MS Paint algorithm. You know, you draw a line through some like arbitrary space, and then everywhere it hits, you draw a square. I think that's why I was calling it Painter's algorithm. Obviously, it's the when you draw something at the back first to give it like depth, because when a painter draws a landscape, you usually draw the background and then the foreground on top of it. So whatever, I did correct myself. You saw I tried to append to a vector. C++23 has append range. Closest thing in C++20 is v insert end of your first vector and then begin to end of your new element. Okay, I did find it. Passing by reference was a nice thing. Yeah, we found somewhere we were doing a copy. I remember. And then you mentioned that you haven't found a name yet. Chat, do any of you have a good name for libdonut 3? Because apparently libdonut is now owned by Nvidia, the like warlords of our age. If you can think of a good name for Donut's framework, feel free to post it. I'm sure he'd love the feedback. You're not sure using unordered set is worth it for avoiding the same time multiple times. Okay, now you've explained it. I think that's a fair point. It just hurts because like my whole professional career, the advice is to use hash maps and to use hashing functions, and I have to be bigger than that, I guess. I'll miss you, hashing function. Libdonna, like a kebab. A bit ago you were introduced to slot maps, which solve some of the issues with arrays. Slot maps? I don't know what that is. When you are writing some account management software or whatever and you have a million users and you look up a join, a hash table can be appropriate, but most databases do indexing and do binary search anyway. Yeah. You can use a regular old function pointer, but you have to pass context explicitly. Yeah. The whole function view is to wrap context. Okay. I guess there's no way with std, with a function pointer, there's no way to... I can't think of... It's on the tip of my tongue, but there's no way to force people to pass context. You can't make it a compile time error to not pass it or whatever. Or have it intuitively. Intuitively isn't the word, it's innately. What's the word? Prescribe, maybe. I don't know. You're wondering about that, I didn't want to correct you. Derail the stream. You can call it jelly or jellylib after jelly donut. Jellylib? Actually, could you call it like onigiri? Or onigiri lib or something after fucking a rock from Pokemon. I can't wait to eat my jelly donuts. He's holding up a fucking nori rice ball. Sorry, I'm thinking about Pokemon. I did like that someone asked earlier if I was making a Gen 2 ROM hack. Maybe I should. It's source code exists, right? There's decompiled. libdonut 3 has profiling built in? Dude, that's awesome. Is this something you wrote yourself? Or is there a standard framework for it in, that people use in C++? That's awesome. I'd love to use some profiling. Not for a while, mind you, but yeah. Be nice if I had like 2 ideas and I want to see if one is more efficient than the other. At a glance. For a tile struct, you can put arbitrary code and default initializers, as long as it only depends on the previous fields. You could do this instead of a constructor if you want to. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Hang on. That's really cool. So in components, you know my weird... Well, not weird, I think they're cool. I've got my tile, or is it in map? Maybe it's in map. I have these constructors, and this one defaults to get max health. I could, you can have a function in here. I don't know if it needs to be in the curly braces. Technically, I mean, you don't want you want equals, or you want curly braces? I don't know. Which one will it be? It would be an angel or saint. Angel, saint. So I can nuke this. Oh, that's awesome. I had no idea about that. Will you just compile them? Fuck, it exists. Jelly. It's some macros that measure time and export Google Trace event format. Donut. You could call it libjelly. You just invert the name, maybe. I don't know. Lib Mr. Donut. You're not needed. Sorry. This is good advice. Let's see. This would let you use designated... There's no way to bring back designated initializers if you've written your own constructor. Right? Yeah, I asked about Viking Engine, but you said that doesn't... That already exists. It's probably like a drone strike program or something. Whenever you're writing constructors, a good habit is to use explicit. I was thinking about explicit earlier, I said I don't understand it. When it only takes a single argument. Because otherwise C++ lets you automatically do implicit conversions with it, which can lead to some nasty bugs. For example, is tile blah 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 blah. Somewhere, blah 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 blah. Was tile, somewhere else is tile. I want to know if the tile is dirt, smiley face. Is dirt never happens. The rate you tried to write damage tile is very Kotlin brained. Referencing reference semantics instead of copy by default. Yeah. No reference semantics here. He's written quite a lot of code here. I need to look at properly. So. I don't actually get this. Hang on. I need to look at this in like a code thing so we can discuss it. If you have somewhere you have a function called isTile that takes in some stuff and returns if the tile is equal to this position is this, and then somewhere you call setTile at that position. isTile. Hang on, I'm missing this one. What am I missing in this? Sorry, this seems quite important. Let me just copy our DM. Don't tell anyone. I'm not leaking our DMs. When you're writing constructors, use explicit. If the whenever the constructor... Oh, I missed off some of the text. Hang on, let's grab the whole thing. Viking was your first thought, it's taken by some AI shit. When you're writing constructors, use explicit when the constructor only takes one argument. or could possibly take a single argument, like if you have a defaulted second argument, which I think I might have had. Because otherwise it lets you do implicit conversions. So in this case, you call map get tile pos as tile, and you do set tile dirt. You do is tile. Why is this false? The 5 is significant. I guess I need to bring in this. Maybe it defaults to 0. I guess the idea is somewhere you're constructing it and it's defaulting to 0, but where is that construction happening? Is tile, you're passing in. That looks okay. Yep. Pause. That version of the tile struct wouldn't have this problem. Yeah, okay. Was this in reference to something on my stream at the time you took this screenshot? Because I did have a... have a look in our header and our Git history. Tile looked like this. So if I bring back paint, this is maybe what you're talking about? Because this is non-explicit, right? Is the fact could... what would happen here? This is when you have tile type navigate equals 0. So set tile. Oh no, I still don't get it. What's tile type? I'm sorry, I don't understand what's happening here. You call set tile, you construct a tile, then the type is set to air, and the nav ID is set to 5, and then later on you do is tile, which returns something from the map from position, and you're verifying. Oh wait, hang on. Is tile. Whatever get tile returns is a tile type, and then you're checking that. I don't see what's wrong with this. What am I missing? Rust doesn't do any of this. What's happening here? This is for when you have tile type, nav ID equals 0. Yeah, that's... Oh, without the default constructor for this? Without this bit? Or what? What's happening here that's wrong? You construct a tile with a type. You insert a tile with nav area ID of 5, and then you check if the tile is equal to dirt. Dirt gets converted to a tile with a nav area ID of 0. As it compares the entire tile, you get false. Oh, tile here is not tile type. Is that what... Okay, sorry. Okay, I understand now. I thought here this was tile type. And you were just checking if this map get tile was going to return dirt. But what you're saying actually is map get tile, which I guess isn't in this. Map get tile here would return some tile with all this metadata. And you're doing this equalysis. This tile compares the entire tile. Okay. I guess that's important then. Yeah. I don't know it's probably in code. Well yeah, this is problematic. Check if the tile is... I'm still trying to work out what's going wrong here, sorry. You insert a tile with nav area ID of 5, and then you check if it's equal to tile dirt. Oh! Here! Oh, wait, hang on, so you're... Oh, I see, sorry, I understand. In this case, in here, in this function... Hey Mario, you're only calling tile dirt as a type. You're constructing a tile from tile type. That's allowed? This here, when you just type in tile dirt here, this won't... You'd have to put curly braces around it, right? That's the implicit conversion. You don't need to put curly braces around it. It just literally lets you say, you're putting in an enum here. I'm going to construct this whole fucking struct. Because there's a default. That's why you have to use explicit. Fuck me. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But really? You really don't need fucking curly braces on this or anything. Or tile dirt. It just knows that this tile I guess in this function's signature, it'll accept anything that would go into the signature of a constructor, which in this case would be either passing in tile air or navigation ID, I suppose. Whatever explains things on the board. But this is actually really useful. Because earlier today I literally said I know I need to be using explicit more, but I don't remember the use case. Is it a case that I should just try to use that in most places? Is this one of those cases where explicit should really be the default? What a language, fuck. Alright. It's a case of bad defaults. That's really good advice then, thank you. Man, I'm learning. Thanks. Alright, let's see. You're not sure the defaults make sense. A lot of the defaults don't make sense. Like, you're talking about Rust. There's a lot of languages where const, or some equivalent of let, non-mutable is the default, which is nice. You see a lot of the stuff I'm typing is const auto, const auto, const auto, const auto. Most languages just make that... Well, not most, but a lot of languages make that the default. What are you trying to do? I'm just reading through my DMs with Donut and learning stuff. The way I wrote damage tile is very Kotlin brained. How do I write damage tile? Hang on. You don't like this? Return tiles at that position. Dot damage. Damage. That looks okay. But you would have done... Get a copy of the tile. Damage it. Set the tile and return it. You prefer that? I mean, this it works certainly. Let's see. Damage tile. Donuts provided this code. I kind of like what I wrote. Maybe this is in the wrong place. Maybe you mean that this in somewhere else. In this one, perhaps. Chunk indices. No, this isn't it. Because this is a little weird. Sure. You might just participate only in Osu stream. You don't understand this. You don't want to learn a little bit. Could be a good opportunity to try and pick up a little bit of programming. I mean, this works just fine. Yeah, that's why you'd put it to having to write it in chunk, because you already did this move. Yeah, I didn't like writing it in chunk. I will be honest with you. I think that's a fair point. This is clean enough. Create a copy, damage it, and set the tile. Fine. Yeah. You continue with an even better idea. Oh shit. Oh wow. Is this the update tile function I wrote in a to-do? Written for me on a silver plate? You love being the stupidest person in the programming streams. It's a wonderful experience. Do you feel like you're the stupidest person here? I feel like it's me. I feel like I asked something and then like 10 people tell me, well obviously it's this. You can't tell you how many times you're programming and you have to work around a pitfall that Rust doesn't suffer from. You might have other issues, but it cuts down on the, oh, you shouldn't do this because the language is stupid. C++ has a lot of legacy. Yeah, certainly. He's provided this. Let's have a look. Main paint. I was talking about writing an update tile function. So this is sort of that code I just wrote, I suppose, in a way. Get chunk indices and then do something there. Decal type auto. Oh, this is like what you want to do to that tile. Chunk, and then within chunk, update tile, callback, tiles, get tile index. It's like auto, but it doesn't turn references into values. Oh yeah, you can return auto from functions, can't you? Right? Oh no, I learned that I could do it in parameters. Can you return auto? That seems odd to me. Or that just makes a blah, 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 template for you. It does the templating for you. Why is it called decal type? I think it means declare type, but clearly not. What is decal type? This is what you put on your Warhammer mini, right? To like not have to draw the chapter symbols. You use a decal. Returning auto works like lambdas do by default when you don't specify a type. It uses it from a return statement. Why is it called decal type? You've heard most programmers don't know what they're doing after years of experience and copy from ChatGPT. How long do you think ChatGPT has been around, Mario Gamer 476? And how long do you think computer science has been around? What an insane thing to say. Possibly true these days. I'm pretty sure ChatGPT's only been around for like 3 years, right? And I'm pretty sure like Claude Code's only worked for about 6 months. Too long for my taste. I agree, Small. I think AI's not been good for that long. And before ChatGPT, bad programmers were just copy-pasting off Stack Overflow. It's funny syntax. It uses random keywords they had laying around. Fucking C++. Obviously, it's decal type auto. Why? Because otherwise it returns a copy, obviously, which you don't want. Obviously. Fuck me, dude. I'm gonna steal your code. This is great. So in... Sorry, I mean, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm just gonna steal it. That's good advice. This is great. Dude, copy and pasting from libdonut. Wow. I never have to write a fucking line of code again. I can just shut my eyes and, like, hit my head against the wall until, like, the blood stops coming out. It's so much fun. Decal type X is normally for getting into the type of X. You're out of here. Alright, Mario Gamer, thanks for popping in. I hope you had a nice time. Okay, update tile. And then you can call damage tile by saying like this. I guess I don't need it in chunk, right, in this case? That's the accurate situation in universities. Man, that sucks. Glad that's not me. Phew, let's see. Blue tile. Well, we're already in there. Oh, I guess this wouldn't even exist. Damaged. Hang on, I wanna use this because I was talking about this earlier. What did I do? What did I do? I like that. Let's see. So map.update tile. How does this work? So you call update tile in a position and you pass in a lambda, which is your completion handler, which returns true, I guess, if it was able to perform update tile. Now this is odd. I don't understand. It's tile damage, I guess. So tile damage is actually the ball that I'm returning from tile damage, which was if health is 0. Which I thought this was neat. When you call damage, it tells you if it killed it. It's pretty nice, huh? So if it's destroyed... Yeah, I like that, Donut. That's really nice. That's cool. Nice thought. This is not how I would have written it. It's a lot better. Decal type auto here, I guess we're using instead of passing in some kind of function. Standard function, whatever. It's a common issue when they're adding features to C++ that they can't add the keywords they want because it would break backwards compatibility. They definitely wanted to use type of, but they couldn't because it was a GNU extension. Same thing with co-yield and co-await. Yeah. They should just invent a new new symbol on the keyboard and just make everyone buy new keyboards. Make it like a funny new symbol, like a swirl or something. Call it the C++ swirl, and then they've got loads of characters they can use. How are you doing, user JC1CI5UB6S? Decal type auto. And if I were to just have auto, then this would return a copy. This is... We need a new standard low-level language. For what? Updating all our legacy code bases. You're gonna like invent a new language and then go to all these companies and say, you know, the software that's been worked on for like 40 years, I will update it all to this new language and it will work perfectly, guaranteed. Or do you mean for new projects? In which case you could use Rust, yeah. Lambdas and R-value references were probably a similar thing. It just happened to be a hole in the syntax they found was technically invalid. Oh, just the way that you write a lambda. It's so funny. Like, even C++ developers of the language C++ are looking for some bullshit that they can use to hack something. You can rewrite set tile and damage tile like this without extra functions on chunk. Set tile, update tile, tile equals new tile, damage tile. You finally got sick yesterday. Oh, I hope you're feeling better soon. That's horrible. That's rough. Set tile. So currently in set tile, there's a function on chunk, which I agree. I would rather not have. So in map, when you're calling set tile, we can use this fancy new syntax, wowzers trousers, to call update tile on it, to set it directly, but then not have a callback and not need to do anything with it. Buddy, that's fucking banging. What an awesome suggestion. That's really nice. Standards committee are humans too. Have you met them? Ah, just kidding. What was it? Almost always use ampersand ampersand. The funniest joke I've ever heard. You're staying at home. What are you doing anything while you're sick? Like playing games or something? It's like a distraction. By the way, as a distraction, my friend told me that my arm's looking like thicker. Do you think it does? Or no? I haven't hit in the gym. But do you think I could hit something with this and it would like do damage? I'm pretty muscular. No, I could... Not bad, huh? What do you think? I think it's looking a little bigger, but I didn't do a before photo, so I don't actually know if it is like bigger than it used to be. You'll have to find like an old video of me on stream and see if I've got like these skinny little wimpy arms, and now I've got these powerful like could punch something arms, you know? What do you think? Do you think I'm like a tree yet, or am I more like a sapling? I'm thinking sapling. 26 damage, not including buffs. Yeah, but what about this? You think it's skinny and small? And we do the old flex like that. Yeah, no, it's actually quite small. But there's something there, which there didn't used to be. That's what 6 months of going to the gym a couple times a week will do. That's why I'm on the S-Drive, right? A sapling always has more room to grow, King. How do I mod someone? I can pin you at least. There you go. I don't have to favorite a message on YouTube, so you can just have that one. Did I pin it? Did it just duplicate it? I was just stuck to the bottom of chat. That's so annoying. Alright, you get to stay there at the bottom. That's nice. I think explosion entities keeping a list of hit walls is okay, at least compared to the inverse of storing a list of explosions on every wall. There's much fewer explosions than walls. Alternatively, you could have iframes, which I thought about. Yeah, we had considerations. I'm pretty happy with my current explosion on walls situation. I think I had a good thought on it. Because you asked how float to UN8 gets converted for something like FireMode F. It's undefined behavior. Oh. The CP would probably do wraparound and give you 244. But any code that relies on the overflowed result can be deleted or made to do whatever. So instead of static cast UN8s from float, what you should do to be safe is to clamp. Oh, just manually clamp when you're casting it. Okay, that's good. That's good advice. Thank you. Undefined. That's crazy. I'll unpin it, 'cause that message being at the bottom is kind of annoying me. But you know, if I could print that off, I would. I could put you in timeout if you like, I guess. You're not doing much, just kind of doom scrolling most of the day. No. You at least like watch a film or a nice stream, huh? No? Right. Alright, anyway, the full conversion rules are really complicated, but you can read them here. I mean, I've seen this page, I've just definitely not memorized it as the way I should. Numeric conversions, blah 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 blah. It should just have the shit printed out next to me on a sticky note so I can memorize it. You don't have to memorize them all. Ah, you read my mind, dude. Usually it's best to be explicit as you can and make sure you can't overflow to begin with. Okay, I was kind of hoping that maybe the language would handle this for you, but you know, okay. You got to do your own fucking clamping. All right. Unfortunately, you were close to the answer at the start. You forgot to flip a ratio. What was this? Distance ratio. I mean, I got the damage stuff in the end, right? Oh, donut. We fixed. No, fixed the double damage thing. I moved the tile impacted component to just when I'm creating the explosion, and I haven't seen it since. It's a shame I couldn't find a way to consistently spawn it, though. Because I don't actually know if it's fixed. I just know I haven't seen it again. It's horrible. But yeah, just in general, I think I'll just not use that pattern that I was doing to add components. That was lazy. I don't know where you got the idea that insert or assign takes a callback. My idea with insert or assign was I'd get an option to either insert it, and if it's not there, I have the option to do whatever in like a little constructor. But obviously that's not the case. The whole thing with the get largest navigated everything is complicated and blah. I mean, I mentioned why. I read this stuff earlier. This is what I responded to you. I like my navigation area thing. I'll be honest. I'm even if it's not efficient, I'm really proud, and I think it is decently efficient. I'm really proud of the nav area thing that I wrote. I think it's really cool, and I don't get to write a lot of algorithms, so maybe on my silly little project, it's okay to be a little inefficient as a treat. I get to write a little algorithm. It's like a job interview with myself and chat. Would I get the job, chat? Would you want to work with me? Assign means the equals operator. Sorry, the assign operator. I want to eat chocolate biscuits or something. Maybe later. Alright, let's hit F5. I don't remember what we were doing. But I've talked through your feedback. Unless it's initialization, of course, buddy. I'm sure there's a bitwise operator with equals that means to like turn it upside down and invert your like keyboard or something. Let's see. Got a gun? You can blow up walls. Okay, that's about what I remember. Well, that's poggers. Let's think of something else to do then. We can make it so bullets spawn a little spark when they hit a wall. How about that? That should be fun and easy. But now we could just Actually, I think I've got spark particles already we can just temporarily reuse. Because at some point I'll draw proper bullets and sparks and stuff. Yeah. No, just reuse some stuff for now. I think making the cache an array... I forgot about that. Yeah, alright. Let's see. So it was a map of 16T. Oh my god, hang on. Navigation areas. You should be a... Hey! Could reallocate. Just use a vector. We be... Just use a vector. I think vector's okay, I guess. It's pretty small. And I want it to be a vector of count, where the I is the navigation area ID. Thank fucking God I used an integer for that. And let's just see what breaks when I hit F7, alright? Oh, I should pre-size you. Here's my brain, let's see. What's Glub? Hey, Anton, we just had a little lesson. It's to be explicit. Let's see. So instead of erase, let's get rid of this. Oh, I guess the iteration thing happens the same. This might cause some array out of bounds checks, so I might need to actually do some checks here. Me putting my mouth over my hand like this is not just funny, but it also actually makes the mic quieter. Yeah, like, I don't know, if it's larger than 0, minus. Yeah. Need to do that. Alright. And I just need to do a bunch of bounds checks now. That's crazy that it's just compiling. I mean, I want to see what crashes if I... Oh my god, the fact that collections use the exact same fucking access syntax is bonkers crazy. Okay, here it crashed immediately. I was hoping it would just tell me where to crash. Yeah, here we go. And then I can fix it bit by bit. Let's see. Plus navigation area. Blah, blah, blah. If navigation areas dot size. I don't. This might be an off by 1 error. If it's less than blah, then navigation areas dot pushback 1, I guess. Else. I think that's true, right? So if there's one thing in it, let's say there's 2 things in it. It's actually it's backwards. Oh shit. Okay. Because it's annoying because I'm actually using it as a 1 initialized because I want to start at 1. I think having 0 random resize at the start. Yeah, I was gonna maybe say, like, do you think I should just start instead of using a vector? Do you think I should just use an array and pre-allocate all the memory? How expensive is it to have an array of size 65,000 bytes? Is that just that sounds like an insane waste of 6 kilobytes. I less than size is the general pattern for bounds checks. Oh, the other way around. I guess I'd do it the other way around. So if the nav area is within the size, then we up it. Otherwise, we push back 1. Fine. Let's check our other places we're doing this. Well, what I'm actually going to do is... well, nah, this is fine as well. It should be recent. Dude, view model didn't work. What's wrong? Sorry, it should be resize max plus 1. You have to map with the key as an integer, you should think twice. Sorry, what are you talking about with resize? You're saying that I should pre-allocate 6.5 kilobytes of memory to this? I don't know, dude. Okay. You're coding. I am coding. That's true. I just hit something on my keyboard. Oh, here we go. If you choose to pre-allocate, I know 6.5 kilobytes isn't much memory, but I won't, because I think most of the time I'll only have like 100 to a few thousand max. So, you know, occasionally Vector. I know Vector, when it resizes, it copies everything over and it doubles in size, and that's a little expensive. Maybe I should pre-allocate. The resize T is 8 bytes, it's half a megabyte. Yeah. I don't really want to waste that. Okay, this is like the definition of premature optimization. It's less than a single texture. Do not think poorly of my 6 kilobyte memory save. My game will run at 1,000,000 FPS and use nothing in the memory. It will run on a toaster. I would rather you not waste memory, and I'd rather waste runtime. That's not really how games work, though, is it? It's not really the other way. Oh, embedded. You've cooked my brain. The worst case is the same even if you have a lot of map areas. Yeah, but sometimes I like to think of myself as a positive thinker. You know, worst case doesn't have to happen. I guess it would save all of these bounce checks, right? Just imagine looking at this thing in Task Manager and seeing that it takes up some amount of RAM and just knowing that half a megabyte is spent on like nothing. That annoys me. Yeah, optimistic programming. None of this pessimistic nonsense. It does sound like an XKCD, yeah. You made it a bit shorter by using... Yeah? So just always asserting that it's the right size. Okay, sure. I should probably be using resize and stuff more. Navigation areas. Got resize. And then you want the max between, what was it? The current size and whatever item I want. This thing +1. Sure. +1. It's not +1 really, it's just the number, isn't it? Oh wait, +1? Yeah, +1. Fine. Resize will leave elements alone if it's already big enough to fill it otherwise. You should probably add 0 to specify the value actually. Yeah, is it possible that it might default to not 0? Huh? You have a smaller upper bound, considering maps are unlikely to have tens of thousands of little holes. Yeah, unlikely doesn't mean that I won't add like a cool flamethrower cluster bomb launcher that spawns trillions of fucking holes, in which case I might have to increase it again. I don't know. How does max default work? Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. I'm put this in the wrong place. You should be like this. Right? Sorry. Size is a size T. Size T. You are... Game is in the way. Oh, cock. What the fuck have I done in here? Oh. Okay. Static cast size T. Eh? The right hand side of max. This shit? This is not a size. Oh, it's a UN 16T. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is a little shorter, huh? Why not? After all, why shouldn't I? I guess really only when I'm adding to this should I bother doing that resize, right? Well, in this case, this is when you're actually adding a new element there. It should actually be defaulting to 1 in this case, because 1 means there is 1 tile there. That's important. Yeah, actually, hang on. This is quite important. You shouldn't be defaulting... Well, I guess defaulting to 0 is fine, because I'm immediately adding to it. But that's fine in this case. And in this case... I guess you could replace it with this. This thing. Start with 0, but then default. And yeah, no, this is fine. Why am I sometimes using plus plus and sometimes blah 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 plus plus? Probably should just have a function for this shit if I'm using it in all these places, huh? That would make some sense. That would be smart. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Think about it. We're doing this everywhere anyway. This is the only time we're minusing, I think, and that we're already doing a bounce check. Maybe that's okay. Let's see. My music ended. Alright, let's see. Nav area. Need to find a new music. Can't believe they keep making a new music. And I will keep listening to the house set of blah 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 on loop. Yes, I will. It's different music. Let's see. 9, 1, 1897, 9. This should now become 18 something bigger. 97, 99. Looks correct. You over there. You over here. 38, count 1. It should go up to like 7 or something. Or maybe 8, because I broke another one. I mean, it seems correct. Doesn't it? Like, it's not crashing, right? By the way, Chris made a cool point when I showed her this. You know how I'm using like these small trees to mean wall and the big tree to mean like out of bounds? As a fun side effect, it kind of looks like you're actually breaking the trees down because they go from being big to being like destroyed, like when you hit them with a rocket. You see what I mean? As I shoot here, they like slowly change into smaller trees. It's not on purpose. I could have very easily just done it the other way around and it would have looked like they've grown when they get hit by a rocket. Isn't that like a fun little thing? You're blowing the leaves off of them. Well, yeah, right? I think this is pretty sick. And again, I'm really proud of this nav area thing. I think it's really cool. I hope it fucking works. Leaf blossom. Yeah, look. Path none, line of sight, A star. He found his way over. And now I go over here. A star. He seems okay. While he's looking at me, I'm going to blow up a new area over here. He's still using A star to path to me, right? I also made the timeout like 30, it's like a whole fucking minute, so he should be looking for a while. Oh shit, he's found me. I think it's really cool. I'm not convinced it'll be a huge benefit, but you're glad you like them. Sometimes, even if you think something is correct or true in the literal sense, it is kind to just say, damn, that's cool, smile. You know? Sometimes it's okay to just say, in your head, I know this is like shit and I hate it, but just to say, damn, that's cool, smile. But then not say the bit in your head where it says, where you think it's shit. You know? Just... That's really the important bit, I guess. But yeah, I started using the capsule a few streams ago, the like capsule ray collision thing to like do line of sight checks, and it seems to work really well. See, the line goes green only when I like go over the edge of this. That's nice. You always did that, I wouldn't... If I always did that, you wouldn't know when I meant it. What do you think I've programmed that you think is cool? Because I know art is subjective, so it's really easy to say, oh, the sprites are cool or something, even though they're the best I can do. I mean, they're not that great, but I'm trying. Do you think I've actually programmed anything valuable that you think was cool? Or are you looking at all of this and thinking, damn, this is dog shit? The whole game is pretty cool. Okay. Good enough. I'll let it slide today. I was thinking of making it so you can't shoot a gun if there's a wall in the way, so you can't like shoot through diagonals. don't know what you think about that. Maybe it's fine to be able to shoot through walls. It does mean, like, as a player, all you have to do is find, like, a corner, like this, and then just hide behind it to have cover. Which I kind of hate. You get points for clever ideas or solutions, you get points for making a fun game that works good. Yeah, but I'm looking for points for making that. Yeah, I'm thinking of, like, here, because the bullet comes out at the end of the gun, I was thinking about just, like, having the bullet automatically hit the wall in front of you. You like the enemy behavior? The enemy behavior is actually quite good. That was pretty good. Like, it feels pretty natural, I guess. And system of spawning tiles to extend the map when you break the edge walls. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else you do it, really. Well, there's someone... Is it Tomu or someone? I don't remember. They asked, like, how would you handle it if you start burrowing into, like, nothingness? And I was like, well, you just make a new level everywhere. Is this the Pokemon Gen 2 sprite? Yeah, it is. Look at this. Look at this. Ah, look at him. I think the A-star limit might be too low, by the way. I kind of liked it when they had an infinite-sized A-star thing, and they would find you across the whole fucking map, even if you were, like, 20,000 blocks away. In reality, they should definitely just lose interest if you go, like, 1,000 blocks away. I don't know. I think this is fine. This is cool. Like, this means I have an infinite tunneler. I don't know where I got my Y position. You can just keep going forever. Into the negatives. Yeah, another reason that having negative coordinates work was a good thing. Are they pathing every frame? Not every frame, they're pathing every thinking time. You know that. So they think every... I don't know. Oh, they can still push you through walls, by the way. I never fixed that. Oh my god, she's so slidey. Let me in. Well, no, the think is important because it's not every tick. It's like every 200th of a second. Sorry, it's every 20th of a second. So yeah, it is. We're not caching the A-star. So there is loads we can do. If we are talking about optimization of like what data structure to use, there's also the fact that I'm calling the A-star algorithm on every fucking entity that wants to, like several times a second, which might be slightly more performance impacting, maybe. But it works for now. I don't know, like the game's not lagging. I'm not going to spend time doing that when the game literally runs at like 500 FPS in debug mode. It's not the worst problem. I mean, it feels pretty natural in a sense. Oh, hello. So this looks a bit like the problem I think I saw earlier. I have a feeling that like he's at the very edge of his A-star range, and that's why he looked like he was unsure. Because I think he was pathing to like max or something. Oh, actually, no, you look pretty stuck. Hang on. Yeah, this is the bug I saw before. I've recreated it. Let's look at the nav area stuff. Well, now he's found it. Maybe he just wasn't moving. He was like feeling shy. It might not be a bug at all. They might just have decided not to move, which happens. They do that. I'm just scanning if there's like a different nav area here or something. Yeah, he just seems to sit there sometimes, doesn't he? Is this a bug or is this intended? I can't tell. He lives there. Why does he like that corner so much? Yeah, I was going to say, like, they feel decently natural, right? Like, the way they move around. In a sense, at least. Obviously, it's, like, made up, but, like... They feel a bit like enemies in a game. I don't get... Like, I think the pathing is working. No, look, here it looks kind of fucked. Why is that? But now it's not having problems. And it's not nav areas, because I did check that. And it's not line of sight. Maybe it's trying to go across the diagonal. But it shouldn't. And also, I don't see this very often. You know? I've only seen it like once before that I really noticed it. I guess the funny thing is, in a game, you wouldn't notice this, right? You just shoot him. You wouldn't think twice. But because I wrote this thing, I'm like kind of annoyed. How big is its radius? Oh, its hitbox. You think its hitbox is too big? Let's see. Hitbox should be fine. I think it should be pathing just fine. And it is. Oh, hang on. Maybe he's moving randomly while he's pathing, and then it's purely chance. Like, as he's pathing, maybe it's applying a random direction every now and then, and that's getting him stuck on things. Which is fine. That's actually completely fine. I don't want him to be completely accurate. Debug overlay for the paths would be helpful. It would be helpful, but fuck, I don't want to have to write that right now. Oh, hang on. No, hang on a moment. Is it placing something at the wrong position when I recreate it? Hang on, get out of there, little guy. Let's see, he was getting stuck down, like, here, right? This looks normal. What was this weird shape? Why was it getting stuck? Here. No, it was up here, right? Here. What is this? What's happening here? I'm holding right. Okay, this is fucked. My FPS has dropped to 60 as well. Why is that? Why has my FPS gotten so bad? Am I adding something in memory? No, the FPS is getting better when I blow up walls. Floating point precision errors. Not. I mean, if I stand completely still, his X is like vibrating. Hitbox display lags. The thing is, if I stand here, there's no issue. And here, there's no issue. And here there's no issue. Here there is an issue. Yeah, maybe that's it. I've not seen this. I might have seen it once. I think I thought that was an animation error. Can I recreate it? Yeah, this X. Hang on. Oh, you know what? I might have just been fucking with the movement force. Does the player have a min speed? They should. Yeah, look, if I hold shift to like focus, it doesn't happen. I think it's just because I've been fucking with the movement force and stuff. If I set the movement force to like a bigger number, it doesn't happen. If I set it to a really big number, it does happen as well. That's weird. I've not noticed this before. X is minus 37. Does that happen every time I have an X is... Let's restart the level. Does this happen in normal levels? Is it just because I'm using like a weird... How's the movement code look again? Let's have a look in a moment. I just want to see minus, what is it, 37? There should be a variety of things here to interact with. She looks normal. But if I change my movement force to like 26... Okay, let's have a look at the movement code. Then, was it... Come on, linear movement. So this is plane. Plus equals linear velocity. It's fine. And this is calculated, I think, in Physics Engine, which now is looking pretty big. Not huge though, I guess. So let's see. Previous position is where we just were. Linear acceleration is... Hang on a moment. Is it possible this... It looks like this because I'm like flipping the sprite. If your previous X is to the right of your current X. Maybe every frame it's like moving like a minute amount. Maybe I should look at my sprite flipping code. Because maybe that's just like the floating point section. Because if we look at the how do I do that? Animation? Yeah. I quite literally just do this. Perhaps I should do a check. Are you sure there's a min speed limit? No, I'll have a look in a moment. But I'm this is sticking out to me because I do adjust if they're moving, if their positions are larger or less than. But if should I add like a min to this? Like if it x position.x plus like some tiny amount or minus some tiny amount, just to make it so if you're moving like a tiny fraction of a float in the middle, because we just saw our float vibrating, implying there's no minimum speed, by the way, but I did just see my x flicking on like a very small amount between like 5 and 6. That's why you need to be exactly equal when you're standing still, i.e. a min speed. Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying that as well as checking the min speed thing, is it worth making this have like an extra little buffer on it? So it doesn't actually flip your sprite until you move like a 1/10 of a or a 100th of a tile or something. Just a thought. Yeah, we can have a look. Maybe the min speed thing isn't working. So linear velocity is your linear acceleration multiplied by the tick interval. The external force divided by physics mass. You'll probably want both. I think you'll want both, but I think having the threshold would be nice as well. Oh, I'm sleepy. Okay. Let me think. So this external force is being calculated elsewhere, so it's possible that this. I could add a cap here. Like I could say, if linear velocity is less than some tiny amount. I don't know what a good amount would be. Then just set it to 0, you know. Which system adds friction again? I think that's wherever this external force is happening. Epsilon. Is epsilon? How does epsilon work? Because it means like small enough that you shouldn't give a shit. That's how I've been reading it. Like if two float epsilons are equal each other, the floats might be like slightly different, but they're different by like a rounding error. How does it work? Because we have used that in a few places. Oh dear. It's the difference between 1.f and the next float. Oh. Small but not too small. How does that work when you go to like another like level of float? Another what do you call it? Inspecificity? No, that's not the word. Degree of precision? Another degree of imprecision, I suppose. Generic small number. Okay. Might be too small in some cases. Yeah. Let's see. Let's try proving. Oh wait, this is linear velocity as well. Was there something in here? Did I just delete something? This thing is weird. What is this? Why do you need to be in your own little special house? Well, what's going on in here? Huh? There is other movement place. Why were you in your own little place? Did I delete a fucking if? For every entity with... Hang on, what is this? Physics system. I mean, you at this point were already in your own special little place. Physics? I apparently made it like this. For some reason. Yeah, we can have a look. I was just thinking maybe calculate collisions is also doing some stuff in here. Because this is deciding that your position should be moved by a correction. You know? So maybe after calculate collisions, we should... perhaps somewhere along here we should be adjusting that. But there's this physics system, there's action responder system where we apply the movement input. And then I think there's movement system, yeah, which is this bit. This is friction, I think, right? Friction force. Yeah, here we go. Maybe this... We do have a minimum speed, whatever that is. 1? 1? I think you have to expect calculated collisions to have some inaccuracy. Yeah. Oh, I should probably... Physics.linear velocity. Oh, it's only and the input. Which explains things, right? Okay, what are you, Vec 3? This makes sense. Because we were holding down a key. Right? We were holding down a key, and because we were holding down a key, it wasn't causing your speed to go to 0. Like I was holding D against the wall, and it was going and I let go of D, and it didn't. Just as a thought experiment, right? If I'm holding down a controller so slight that the movement is less than your minimum speed, then it shouldn't set. You didn't check for input. You can't stop moving if your force is low. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I can't move right now. Hang on. Well, I think maybe we just need to... Yeah, that's a fair point then. Oh, look, here's a place where we can do it. We found a party zone. It's only if I'm holding down to the right. So if I'm just holding right, I don't know if you can see on stream, but this... I guess X and Y is where the cursor is, not the player. That's funny. Hands off the mouse. If I'm just holding right, you see it's... I've actually... Oh my god, I'm so precise. Look at this shit. I found exactly 8.3. If I just hold right, nothing. If I hold down, nothing. Down and right, it's vibrating. And I can see that float tickling. Very tiny amounts. I can see that 8.3. The very final digit is just rushing a 1. Maybe it's more obvious if I move the mouse somewhere. Can you see that? Like it's... I don't know if this shows up on stream, but it's flicking between 7.4 and 7.3 for the X. And I would expect that's causing us to vibrate left and right. You know what? Dead zone. I might have already written dead zone stuff. This is actually quite a problem. I hadn't noticed this before, but it seems quite easy to recreate. Actually, look at this. This is funny. I'm holding up on the left, and it moves you to the right. It makes your guy face to the right. So I think adding the it'll certainly be good to add like a buffer. Like I'm holding up left, and my character is occasionally being bumped to look to the right. I'm guessing that when your collision is resolved or something, that, you know, some tiny float sneezes somewhere, your previous and your current are like slightly off each other. The dead zone would flip this, but I'm just wondering if that was causing issues with the mouse somehow. He was having difficulties tracking me because of that. I can't tell, I'll be honest. I don't know why only sometimes I see those problems. I'm specifically trying to stand on like the new place, by the way. I mean, it's kind of annoying because the A-star usually like works perfectly, but then that one time we just saw it like breaking, and I just don't really know why. But yeah, if we go to animation, let's just set a dead zone. And what, we just want to try float epsilon for once? What is it? Maths. What was it? Math? Extremes? Or something? Just look for epsilon. What fucking header is it under? Numeric limits. I'm sorry, not extremes. There's a few places I'm doing that. And we'll just see if this is good enough, then nice. If transform dot position minus transform dot previous position, I guess specifically X is what I care about, is less than or equal to position dead zone. Is that it? Then moving right and left is false. But you know what? Make sure to abs it. Oh, good point. Really good point. I would have missed that. No, here we go. I don't really want to one-liner it. I think this is a perfectly okay approach. Yeah. Yeah, because if it's in the negatives, this obviously wouldn't work. We want to make sure it's larger than position dead zone, and then in there we do this stuff. There you go. And the shooting stuff, who cares? You're holding left click, it's okay to be fucky. Let's see. So it's normally working as intended. The mice are attacking. Let's give myself some god mode and just make some diagonals. Now this rocket launcher thing's so nice. I can just test this shit. I have a feeling it might not be quite enough. Obviously it's working here, just okay. Ah, here we go, look. I just saw myself flick to the left for a second. It shouldn't happen. I think we just need to make it just a tiny bit bigger. Can't recreate it, so that's fine, I guess. But like, I did just see myself face to the left when I was holding to the right. It's just a teeny bit off. Oh yeah, look, it happened again. I'm holding down to the right. It's happening way less often, I think, maybe than it was. At least it seemed pretty easy to recreate it earlier. I guess actually it's possible that because I'm hitting... You know what's happening there, actually? I'm hitting the edge of this tree. And because I hit the edge of the tree, it actually pushes you down and to the left. Because of your round hitbox, and then that makes you face left. Actually, so I think that's fine. So I think actually this might be okay. Let's see, if I spawn 1,000,000 mice. You guys get caught on stuff. They have a whole minute to like have aggro. You can see them in the mini-map moving. I was just trying to see if some of them maybe got stuck. The mini-map's really handy for debugging too, but like level destruction, off he goes. You can see them pushing each other around. That's kind of to be expected. I think they should have less force. The size of the pixel. Oh, sorry, Ted. The size of a pixel. Did Ted mention that? I can't tell if you're the same guy as last time. But do you have any coding tips in Python? I think you were here, Jacob Gaming. Tips on coding in Python. What do you mean by tips for coding in Python? Tips for doing what? It's a tool. Do you have any tips for using a hammer? Put your hand on... Don't put your hand in front of it, sort of thing. What are you trying to do in Python that you're having problems with? By the way, I can just adjust this dead zone. So if I change it to like 0.1f, for example, and if you move very slowly, it wouldn't flip you, I think. Yeah, look, I'm moving really slow to the left or to the right. Honestly, I think if you're moving slower than this, you have other problems. Let's see. Like, if you walk up the edge of a tree, it obviously moves you for you. It flicks you to the other way. I think that's fine. Obviously, it could just be based on movement input. So we could also say, like, if the entity has a movement input, purely base it off that. That's fine too. I think this is okay. Like, she is navigating around that tree, so she looks to the right. I think that makes sense. You liked and subbed. Thanks. Oh, hang on. This is obviously still happening. Okay. Not in any of these places, but in here. That X isn't really changing that much. It's flickering around the 00001 mark. Maybe her sprite isn't actually flipping? I can't tell. Maybe it's not flickering. Like, what was happening here? You mean you like write? You mean writing? You don't know how how to run it. Stick to the standards. I don't really use Python. And when I do use it, I don't know if I have any tips really. Maybe reverse is flipping. What? Well, look, it's happening even if I face the other way. I have a feeling it's just moving the character weirdly. Maybe reverse is flipping. Oh, maybe you think it reverse is flipping every other frame. What kind of things are you trying to solve with Python that you're struggling with and you need tips for? So if you have an entity and you're shooting, if you're not shooting, well, reverse animation wouldn't come into play in this case. Yeah, it shouldn't change. Well, yeah, basically. That's basically Hmm. Don't worry about it. Do you have any for C++ when I get there? Oh yeah. I have advice for C++ when you get there. Run away. No, using CPP-ref is very good. If you don't understand something in the standard library, like a STD unordered map, it's nice to look it up on cppref.org. It's weird because she's definitely not really moving. It looked like she was just being pushed back weirdly. Is it possibly a problem in like the physics engine? Oops. You said .org, you don't think it's the URL. Is it .com? I thought they did .org. I guess not. Could I not add another minimum speed somewhere? Or is that stupid? I could. Well, no, it's because it's particular that this happens when you're holding down a key, right? .com.net, you think the net one is fake? Okay, it's .com then. I've been sending you to a third fake website. I tricked you. Are you down for a 15-minute project we can work for an intro? No, you did say that, but like I don't have the time for that, I'm afraid. You could ask for advice on the Discord if you're struggling with something in particular, but you're describing like going on like a university course basically. Hey, Itchy Duck. Good luck, thank you. Oh, look, it's happening in here. You need to read the terms of service to the platforms you're reading up on. Yeah, look, interestingly, up and to the right isn't causing problems. Down and to the right is. If I just keep going down... Now it's not causing problems. So it's definitely like a floating point problem. Hey, she dog. Good night. It's definitely just a problem with like float rounding somewhere. But what? Because all these tiles should be... I just saw a duplicate rocket. So it wasn't fixed. Something else? It's caused by something else. Well, that's weird. Oh no, there's a memory problem in my game somewhere. Dang, what could it be? I guess I could see anywhere I'm doing like dot in place on a component and just double check it's in the right place. Yeah, look, it's happening right here. It's only happening if I hold up and right. If I just hold right, nothing. If I hold up, nothing. It's only up and right. And here. Yeah, I'll check the bullet spawning code. That's fine. It seems to only happen in diagonals, right? I've not seen it against like a normal wall. Bullet spawning code. I'm too tired to do that now. I'm just doing the to-do. Still getting dupe rockets. Let's do that another time. I want to focus on this for now, because this is what I want to focus on. It's extra weird that it's at an offset. It's also weird that it's not just like every Y, it's like that particular tile. Could I be... In the physics, in the collision detection, am I not doing flooring? I'm flooring obviously when I'm checking. So here an int when we're getting the tile hull. Here we're doing int to float collision. Oh, the rocket. Yeah, it is weird that it's an offset. I don't know why. It's like it's added the rocket somewhere I was. Like the spawn position was somewhere else, but it just didn't get spawned for some reason. Like it's delayed. I don't know if every other time we've had a duplicate, it's been from a position I've stood in, because then that would help me work it out. It's not like it's a random transform, it's like an old transform. Anyway, here we're constructing a float from an IVEC 2. Here we're constructing a float from transform position, which should be correct. We shouldn't be using like another value here. Right. Should we be... Here we're using less than this number. Should we be using epsilon here maybe? Instead of 0.0 blah 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 1f. Right? Maybe that should be a little bigger. What if I make this really big? What does that do? This is order of magnitude bigger. Does this let you walk through walls, or does it... What does it do? 1 pixel squared. Okay, this still seems to be happening. Even though I said that to... Does that do? I seem to... Seems to still be happening, yeah. I wish I could tell what she's doing. It looks like she's going in the wall for a second. Right? Oh, it's not happening. How did I make it happen? Oh, here we go. Like if I just press, if I get into the wall, I have to get into the wall in the right way. Weird. This should be a bit bigger. What if it's just 1? I'm just curious, like what this is, if this is even working. This should be affecting something, right? I mean, it seems to be happening more often, but maybe that's just conjecture. Maybe it should be smaller. No, maybe it's just conjecture. I think it is happening more often when we do that. So maybe it is just this number, or maybe I'm losing it. Like it's hard to say, right? Do you think this one here should be 1 divided by tile size? Which is 16, I guess. Which I could store as pixel size. Oh, is that pixel size? I guess in the case of the game, it doesn't need to be pixel, literal pixel on the screen. It's pixel at the game resolution 1. Increasing the resolution of the game should not change how collision is detected. It looks to me like she's going in the wall a bit. I don't know how well it shows up on stream, but like... It definitely... Hang on. The hitbox circle doesn't look like it's moving. Like the green circle doesn't look like it's moving whatsoever. It's just really weird. It's just the sprite is vibrating really violently, but the actual hull doesn't look like it's moving whatsoever. It should be length 2 because it's being compared to a distance 2. Why is that? What is length 2? Oh, you've explained this before. Like the original length function was shit, so they made a length 2. Like this one doesn't use cosine or something. It's just square. Oh, that was it. Okay. Just does it without division or something. What was it? There was some was something you taught me where it's like, oh, this is just this other thing, but without diagonals or something. I don't fucking know. Should still be happening there. Get out of here, little mouse. Oh. Yeah, it's still happening. It's weird because I did not notice this in the past, but maybe I just haven't been walking into diagonals. Obviously, I could just check out an earlier version of the game and see if it still happens. Oh, one thing we could check, just to be absolutely certain it's not... Okay. Animation. Let's just double check. Position dead zone is now going to be 100.f. Or 1000, whatever. So this should like never flip, right? Let's just be absolutely certain it's not the sprite flipping. It's not the sprite flipping. Look. Get out of here. You see it's happening even here. Is there a way on Discord to censor bad words? I'm pretty sure the Discord terms of service say you have to be 13. So you shouldn't be announcing that. It might delete your account. It probably is. I don't know. You'd have to look that up yourself. There's a family mode. Maybe you can enable that. I would Google that. There's a teen account settings. If your parents know you're on Discord, you could ask them to set up a parent setting for you. I see like a setting that's called like Enable Family Center. There's probably a way to help. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. We don't. Okay. I would Google this sort of thing. I don't know. I'm nearly 30. I don't care about bad words quite so much. And the bad words that are really bad, I can delete because it's my own server. But yeah, you know. What? Are you atting me? Hi. Oh, hello. Oh, cool. Future is here. You can send me notifications live on stream. Okay. What? What is it? Should penetration depth be something else? Is it possible there's somewhere else I'm manipulating transform? So we're doing it here, but also here in movement system, right? Don't it? Is it possible that by changing it in linear motion system and in physics system, we're causing a problem? Because really, this is no longer a physics thing if we're directly manipulating position transform. Should we be... I mean, this is for all contact points, right? Do you think digging into what the error bound of the collision code would be isn't worth it? Well, that's not what I was asking necessarily. It was more if having multiple places where I'm adjusting the transform position directly could be causing problems. But I guess not if it's all synchronous code, right? It's always going to be slightly off a floating point. Well, I was thinking maybe in the linear motion system, I'm pushing them into a wall for like half a frame. You know? Like in here, in transform position, maybe I'm shoving the player like to collide into a wall very briefly. Like, instead of transform.position, should this be transform.intended position or something? No? You're doing that and the physics for system resolves it. I guess it shouldn't be drawing it, right? Like, even if that's literally happening, the fact that we're seeing it is weird, right? The whole idea. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's also why when you spawn a mouse in the wall, he's able to resolve his way out of it. It's weird that it's being drawn like that. When we draw an actor at a position, we draw it along according to this, like, this function that interpolates based on alpha, frame alpha, right? Maybe the physics system runs too late. That's maybe possible, actually. I didn't think about that. It literally runs, like, almost at the end, but it's not. It's before rendering, which is what matters, right? That being said, animation system should probably happen after. If animation system is doing this flipping, not that this matters in this case, but if animation is based on transform, this should probably happen after, I think. I think this should happen basically just before drawing. Let's move that down there. Yeah. Let's have a think, actually, because I haven't looked at this order in a while. We start with action responder system to get inputs, and then weapon system to get some, something we do in action responder. The rest of these in order, culling system, for example. Maybe this could happen right at the end, or just before drawing, or even first. Maybe we start by culling things to be destroyed. Is restricted movement system still doing anything? I don't know. I think we're not using this system, so I think that's not an issue. And then collision system, obviously, is doing some work. But that's more like collisions with explosions and bullets and stuff. Particle emitter system, maybe you could go just before draw. That's okay as well. I guess it's got to be said that the enemy makes its decision right now based on, like, fast ticks position. Should the physics actually happen, like, really early? That's stupid. Like, should it be things that could impact your position, things that update your position, and things that use it? Dynamic car stage system. Oh yeah, I don't know what this is. We're not even using this anymore. This is really old code, I think. This is old stuff. This is like when we had a donut appear on screen and say, like, "Oh no," or whatever. This is not. This is maybe worth deleting. Maybe I'll delete it. I don't know. I'll leave it for now. It's trying its best. I don't know why this is being done this way. I guess it's because we want a pointer specifically for some reason. To hold on to it. It's weird. This is just old, I guess. But yeah, what do you think about moving the physics system up? So we do, like, collect things that could adjust your position, calculate your position, and then everything afterwards. So if it would be like... With that being said, I think the enemy system does... No, enemy system is like action responder system, because it, like, holds a virtual joystick. Next system stores a unique pointer to system. Yeah, it does, yeah. And we're just getting whatever this returns. Instead of from system, we want to cast it to stage system. Yeah, this is old. I wouldn't question this too much. This is a branch ready to be killed, culled, whatever. In the end, it didn't really move much here. I wouldn't expect this to have fixed anything. Yeah, like that. Not right. While we're at it, can we maybe work out why the mice have such insane weight? Like, they should be a lot easier to push. Yeah, for some reason, like, a couple of them can, like... Did I just give them, like, a really big mass or something? Like, why can they push me through a wall so easily? What's your mass? It's 50. I make you, like, 25. Are you, like, a bit less likely to, like, throw me around? If it was a static enemy, I kind of get it, but if you're like, you're moving around, I mean, you're still pretty heavy, I guess. They have a high force to counteract the high mass, so when force and mass are acting against you, it's too much. 25 kilos high mass. Movement force is 1,000. I could change it. I haven't really changed this stuff. I just set this to something at some point. I didn't really think about it. Changing their force will, of course, make them move a little differently, I suppose. I feel like he's made out of, like, stone or something, you see? Why is he so hard to move out of the way? If I make it weigh like 5 and give it like no force, can I just like shove it around like it's made out of paper? No, that's weird. Hang on, what? Why can I not move it easily? It has like no force. Is that the bug? Like I should definitely be able to shove them. This is weird, right? If I set their mass to 1. Force to 1. They should have, like, nothing going on. Wait, am I doing... I'm doing treasure mouse, yeah. Hang on, this is weird. Maybe I'm not calculating the force something properly. You're only putting one of the two entities on collision. Maybe. Let's have a look. It seems like they're only really pushing me. And I think, by the way, this used to work pretty good at some point. And I think I broke it, because you used to be able to shove the mice around pretty easily. So yeah, maybe I did something there. Let's see. So we have our all not bullets, not explosions thing, which is everything with a transform and a collision. Yeah, this is weird. We're not looking at bullets. We're looking at all not bullets. So we get an AABB of some entity, player or enemy. And we get theirs. If they are bullets or explosions, we ignore it. And then we get your transform and your collision and your hitbox. I guess maybe, yeah, that's fun. If they intersect, we try and get physics on each. If they both exist, then we do something. So no, I mean, it looks to me like we're pushing both physics items, right? In fact, I should probably make it so this thing is only checking for physics items. That would probably be smart. Well, for now, I guess it was nice to... No, I don't know. Anyway, that's a... What? Difference... Length... Should I be absing something here? So direction is either... Oh, do you think this is wrong? If the direction... If the distance is like this, Maybe this number is too small. Too big. Too small. Too big. Too big. Yeah, this shouldn't be that, right? This should be like that epsilon thing, right? Or at least like a number like this. Otherwise, we're just defaulting to pushing them to the right, aren't we? Maybe. I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, it didn't seem to do much, actually. There's too many mice. I mean, maybe this is better. If I just set this to 1, does this make them like a rock? If I set it to like 0, does it make me push them? Oh shit, that's like always pushing up. If it's 1, that makes sense. If we just make it 0. Maybe it should just be 0. Point F, I guess. Oh, sorry, they're still quite heavy. If I go into enemy system and make them weigh like 1 kilo, maybe that was the problem. Maybe the distance wasn't that far. Are they easier to push? I can't tell. Can you guys push me into a wall? Like over here? Or even here? Oh, maybe that was the problem. Like, even if they shove in here with me, they only weigh 1 kilo. Which is weird. Like, I feel like they shouldn't have this much pushback with 1 kilo, right? I feel like if a 50 kilo object pushes a 1 kilo object, it should be greater than this. You get me? This doesn't match my thought of reality. Like, it kind of does, but not truly. Like, sometimes they push like they're made of paper, but then sometimes it feels like I'm pushing against like a heavy wall. You know what I mean? Is this something I'm doing in the enemy's thing itself? Do you think I'm changing its mass multiplier? The only thing that affects how much they get pushed is the player's mass. Is that true? Their mass affects how much you get pushed. Yeah, both masses should affect both. Why am I not doing it that way? I think this min should be smaller, by the way. Need a more calculated formula for that. I mean, right now the mass multiplier... Your mass multiplied by 25? Why am I doing that? Why am I doing mass multiplier your mass by 25? How much more complicated should it be? Surely they would cancel each other out. That's a bit scuffed. What is this? Why isn't it just your physics mass? Let's just check that first. I feel like this 40,000 thing, is this the thing that's meant to stop you from getting clipped through a wall? Shouldn't that be way smaller? Was I treating them as being like insanely heavy? No, now they're like actually 1 kilo. Why do you use const ref a lot? You use const because usually you don't want to mutate a variable. You're normally just with a reference. I'm often not mutating it, right? I just want to read the value. So if you make it a const ref, then it's just like a read only. Yeah, actually, hang on, maybe this makes more sense. I don't know why I was multiplying it by 25. Now it's like they weigh 1 kilo. If I just let go, it's like a... That's about right. It's weird that I can't push them. Hello? Oh, okay. I'm gonna end the stream soon at some point then. Just needs to snooze. Yeah, it's weird that like them pushing me is like 1 kilo, but me pushing them is like I just go through them. I feel like they should be dragged along like they're made of paper, right? If I make them now weigh like 25 kilos, maybe that's something to fix. I think this is why I had that mass multiplier thing. They don't seem to be actually pushing. Why is that? They're like barely pushing. Find the formula. I would like to know. I've got to go to bed now though. Chris has work tomorrow, so it's like midnight. So I'll end it here for now. Let's write a to-do for tomorrow or next time, whenever I'm on it. To-do. Check what the proper mass-on-mass collision should be for player on enemy. Should take both masses into accounts. Try to fix the weird walk. Good night, dude. I'll work diagonally into corner hug. Not sure what it is. Maybe collision hull related. Unsure. Trying to work out why. You'd have to avoid applying it twice. You could just check if my ID is less than MCID. That's good advice. That's a really nice idea. I was just gonna make like an array. That works too. It's even better. All right. Yeah, because I think if we ran it twice, it would double it. That makes sense. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for watching today. I think I made good progress. I hope you think so too. Catch you next time. Good night. Bye bye. See ya.